And we try turning it on again. Okay, so I see. Yes, now there's a countdown, and okay. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. That's all right. I think we're back in business. I think we're back in business. So, let's see, what time is it? It is just after dusk. I'd even call this still dusk. We can sleep for 9 hours. That should bring us to just before dawn. Okay, here's the plan. We sleep, we drop more stuff, and we head back. We get the rest of that bear meat, and if the weather is really nice, there's also that wolf we can do. But for now, I just drank. We eat a little bit. We drink a little bit more. Okay, so there should be 2 on vertical. Not on vertical, on YouTube. Click. Let's find out. Yeah, so there's 2 separate ones on YouTube. I guess whichever one you click is the one that will determine what you see. Okay, but those look mostly okay. Yeah. All right. So let's just leave that to fate and take a quick 9-hour nap. Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The first one that I did restart was the horizontal one, but I think I restarted it too early and it didn't actually connect properly. And so I checked that the vertical one I started later, that one was working. But I think I needed to restart the horizontal one for that to work properly. So I don't think it was working until you mentioned, at least the first time. Okay. Yeah, the downside, waterbot, here we go. The downside of these cabins is that they get super dark at night, and I don't like that. I enjoy an interior that I can see at least something, especially since it's so bright here. Look at how bright this is, even with just a crescent moon. Okay, so I don't see any wolves. I don't hear any wolves. Let's snatch that bear meat. And it's kind of cold. We might not have the time to harvest the wolf. Actually, I'm always surprised. I mean, I guess it didn't start out this way, but I'm always surprised how fast meat harvesting goes now that my animal, butchery skill is so high. Okay. But certainly in this middle area, there are no wolves. We took 2 out. Certainly there couldn't be more. All right, lots of deadfall down here, so plenty of firewood. I was hoping this is how much firewood there would be up in the top area. Okay, and now let's not forget. I'd say there's a 50-50 chance that it's bright enough to do a charcoal right here. 50-50. Not great odds, but not bad odds either, and it's free to try. And no, too dark. Unfortunate. Well, one day we'll hit that. One day, perhaps in the not so distant future. I'll always pick up a stick. Now, there's this background noise, this background sound effect. It kind of sounds like someone sniffing their nose a little bit. It sounds like something like that. I might have gotten noise cancel on your end. But it also sounds like some paw snuffling in the snow. It always makes me a little bit paranoid that there's something nearby. But it's never something. Okay. Here we go. And is the wolf still there? Yes. Let's see how much bear meat we left. There should be... Yeah, we have 7 kilograms before we're even nominally encumbered. It should be easy to bring all this meat back. So easy. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. So we've got about 8 kilos before we really start slowing down. And surely there's not that much wolf meat. We've got plenty of gut, so let's not even worry about harvesting that. And how is our... Oh, coat is still fantastic. So we don't even really need to harvest hide, do we? But it's only 20 minutes. Might as well just in case. Just in case, because you never know when you'll need to do some repairs. Alright. 5 kilos and 1. So we're still fast. It's getting lighter. Let's not remove the opposite. Let's not forget to try this charcoal over there. Let's see. I'm trying to decide what to do. I think we stay in this lower area for now, because going up 2 ropes, already missing about 1/5 of our stamina, that would be rough. Or I guess this is more like an 1/8, but that would be pretty rough, fatigue-wise. So I think we try to fill out some of this canyon. I suppose this really is a canyon, isn't it? While we're down here, we might as well. The one concern, of course, is wolves. And you know, maybe we can even do triple duty and pick up some firewood along the way. And yes, here we go. Let's fill in that gap. Oh, perfect. All right. We'll drop by the fishing hut. We'll drop by the fishing hut and dump a bunch of this meat. And is that a rope? Hold on, let me think. I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye, but it might have just been that seam between the orange and blue in that rock ahead. Did I hear something? No, surely not. Surely I didn't hear anything. Even with 3 scent marks, nothing could come over this quick. Oh, and there's also the house. Gengar, welcome back. I think you may have been able to dodge the...
Looks like I made it through another night.
The electrical problems I had about, say, 20 minutes ago. But currently...
So cold.
Currently, weather where I am is nice. We shouldn't have any more brownouts. Fingers crossed. Fingers always crossed. All the fingers are crossed. Oh, and this is another opportunity to check at how good this little ice fishing hole is for temperature defense. All right, let's see the damage. Let me in. Let me in! Okay, it's actually not very good. I'd imagine if the stove was on, it'd be better, but that would be kind of a waste. So, clothes are mostly dry. We can toss all this raw meat in and pick some up on the way back, maybe. Oh, 5%. This needs to get cooked kind of ASAP, doesn't it? Huh. Well, that's a tricky puzzler. I think we need to cook that now. Oh man, our hat is really taking a beating, isn't it? Would you like for us to point out if you missed something? Genuine question. Sure. Sure, go for it. I suspect I'll need all the help I can get, honestly. Let me think if I can guess it. Could it be that there was something nice in this marsh area that I walked by? Like maybe a container on the ground. That's what I'll guess. Or like some ominous looking paw prints. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to start a fire that I can cook with next to... There's a message next to the stove. No clue. Okay, stove. Wait, why do I feel like I'm trying to think. I remember seeing a message next to the stove, but that might have been in the cabin. Okay, I'll check after I get this fire started. So what I want to do is find like a big tree limb that I can start the fire next to. Because while the fire is going and the meat is cooking, I can also double duty and do so. I could have sworn there was more fallen tree limbs here. But I remember there were some back here. So we can warm up, we can dry the clothes, we can cook, and we can get more firewood. How much firewood do we have right now, actually? Enough. What is the most scary creature I've seen? Well, in-game, the answer is, of course, the moose. That majestic, yet awful, awful creature. Or maybe, if you check the end of last stream from Friday, there was that Aurora bear that we were lucky enough to be able to cheese. Okay, and this, we chopped that up before. Show me, there we go, this will do. This will do, pig, this will do. As long as it doesn't get windy. Okay, start you. Oh my goodness. The magnifying lens. The magnifying lens strikes again. What a pleasure. What an absolute pleasure.
Come on.
Yeah, come on. We're chilly. We're chilling, but we're also chilly. I did not mean to take that torch. I did not mean to take that torch. That was 100% a misclick. Refuse to believe that flies affect sanitation if they went extinct. Well, I mean... if there's a fly buzzing around it, that must mean it's extra tasty, right? Alright, break this down. Warm up, dry off, lose the hypothermia risk, get these mostly cooked. We can add some sticks. Because now that I need to worry about taking firewood up that rope, I actually need to worry about the efficiency, the burn time versus carry weight efficiency of these burnables. And sticks are pretty low on the list. They're not great. Very abundant, very easy to pick up, but not great. Okay, let's dump these sticks at the bottom of the rope. Because, you know, if they're all we can find, you kind of have to take them. Alright, drop almost all again. Always want one, just in case you need a fire to fend off some Timberwolves. But we'll cook the wolf meat. We'll check the potbelly stove again, and then we'll get that, what is it, over there? The burned down house that we were so rudely chased off from last time. The worst animal on Earth that has no purpose other than to annoy you. Well, that's going to be the cockroach. Normally I would say something like a tick or a flea or a mosquito or something like, or even a horsefly. Horseflies are like mosquitoes on crack. But cockroaches, those guys are menace. And they get in all the cracks. They try to, you know, slip by and just annoy you all the time. On the plus side, no, though, I suppose... Yeah, that is a good question. That is a good question. I would say, when it comes to animals that I really wouldn't mind going extinct, things that suck blood are high on the list. From there, so that would be like ticks, fleas, mosquitoes, horseflies. From there, I think cockroaches are pretty low down there, but considering the fact that cockroaches are at least manageable one way or another, I might have to put things like hornets and wasps above them. Yeah, I think I don't like something that buzzes and stings more than I don't like a cockroach. Because cockroaches I can fight. You know, I can get into a battle with a cockroach and sometimes come out on top. But when it comes to fly, buzzy things, nah. No thank you. Okay, so we got some water. I think we can probably sneak in 1 more liter. So we can start having some water down here. Alright, perfect. Let's just remember that fire's there. We can get some charcoals from it. And I thought I heard an ooh. Pet hissing cockroach. Well, I suppose as long as it's a pet and it is properly contained, it's acceptable. And when I say cockroach, I'm including things like palmetto bugs. Ah, yes. A dusty coal bin. Into the dusty coal bin, we've put all this juicy raw bear meat and raw wolf meat. And again, the coal gives us a little bit of spice, like pepper. And the raw meat juice is going to give us back some of that moisture. And so this wolf meat, it's already moldy. It will be delicious the next time we go and eat it. Which might not be that far off, actually. Because wolf meat doesn't last for very long. Oh. Dick Johnson. Hey, Bobby. So I suppose you just have different usernames on YouTube versus Twitch. But yeah, I remember you keep saying, it's Bobby, it's Bobby. I do have a question, though. Is the username an Austin Powers reference? I remember in the beginning of the Austin Powers, I think the second film, they keep saying, you know, they're looking at Dr. Evil's spaceship. They're letting you know you're always on, always watching, like Big Brother. But I don't know if you guys remember at the beginning of the second Austin Powers film, a bunch of like government agencies were looking at Dr. Evil's spaceship on a radar screen, and of course it looked like a member. And so they were saying, oh, it looks like and then it would cut to someone else, and their name would be like Johnson or Dick or, you know, something like that. Very funny and pun-filled. Beetles are evil creatures. You once had 2 beetles because of a school project, and the female ate the other beetle right after mating. I thought that was... I always forget the things that I was going to do. I always thought that was just praying mantises, praying manti. Oh. Who sticks a scrawled message to the side of a wall? A memento with a... Ooh. If you want to climb, you got to start at the bottom. We started at the bottom and now we're here. No better place than the road to Wolf's Jaw. Well, I don't know where the bottom is. I don't know where the road is, and I don't know where Wolf's Jaw is. So can the memento help? Well, oh my. So, it turns out Ash Canyon is a lot bigger than I thought it was. A lot bigger. Well, I guess let's get started. Now, that place over there, I suspect 2 things. 1, I suspect that it's a dead end. And 2, I think I heard wolves this direction. How are we weight-wise? We're kind of okay weight-wise. But if we want to bring more stuff up, I don't think we need to bring all that much more stuff up right now. Now that, tell me that doesn't look too straight like a line to be natural. Come on, that's got to be, that had to have been a rope. I feel robbed. But at the same time, I don't know if I can handle another rope to climb up. So many places to go up and down. It spins me right round, baby, right round, like a record baby. Right round, round, round. Okay, I think we're okay. Let's check out this little waterfall situation. And how far... Alright, yes. Let's hit the waterfall, see what's on the other side, and pop a charcoal. Man, I cannot imagine... Oh, buddy, why you gotta be that way? Not a single awoo to let me know you were here? Well, I mean, I guess we can just keep stacking it up by the, huge and the difficulty lies in the terrain. You know, I was worried that would be the case. I was worried that that would be the case. I can imagine that depending on how old you are, though, having one of your little school project creatures eating the other after banging it might be a little bit traumatizing. Just a bit. Alright, where's Buddy? There you are. Alright, come on. I'm so confident I'm taking detours to pick up sticks. Okay, there's our house. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot about the house. Every time, man. Every time I do the tiniest little detour, I forget about something. Alright, come on. Come on. Alright. To be honest, if the terrain is difficult, I'm of two minds with regard to the bearskin bedroll. Alright. Up. Oh, right in the noggin. It's a uniwolf. Okay, do we want to... Yeah, I guess it's okay to harvest it here. I'm of two minds of having the bearskin bedroll. The first mind is the extra 2 kilograms of carry weight are going to make it a lot harder to go up and down ropes and have food and water and firewood. But at the same time, I think it gives you something like 8 or 10 more degrees Celsius of warmth. So it's better at having impromptu naps, which would make it easier to maintain fatigue. So it's kind of a tricky question, I think. And we don't need the gut. Let's not even spend the time for it. Okay. So we chop, chop, chop. And the wind has changed direction. Yeah, this place... Well, I guess actually... No, in the wind we're still increasing temperature. And in here, we're still increasing temperature. So I don't think this thing is Actually, hold on. There it is. Okay, as long as we're sufficiently close to this wall, and maybe even crouching, it is a windbreak. Unfortunate. Can't start a fire on a wood surface. Let me tell you what, that sounds like a not true statement. Alright. Food and water-wise, though. And also burn time-wise. Okay, 3 cedars, some sticks. I think... Yeah, fire would be too successful. It'd be suffering from success. let's ditch all the wolf here. Let's get 4 bears. And what else can we drop down here? We don't need the tinder plug. And I suppose it would behoove us to leave behind some wood matches. Let's see if we can sneak over to the rope before we get over encumbered. Then we can again, using this wood, we can cook, we can boil water, and we, damn it, it was close. I'm sure we can find something small to drop here. But then we can, I think we're close to being able to align the sleep with dawn. Okay. We can drop 1 stick, I suppose. Is behoove a word regular people say? I only know that from Teddy Roosevelt in Civ 6. No, I don't think it's particularly common. I don't remember how that really started to come into my lexicon, but probably because it's kind of good for describing what you should or should not do in the prudently in the near future. And so I think starting to play this
I need to find a place to rest.
and speak about what I'm about to do kind of led it to sneak in. That was not the correct conjugation that I said. Okay, here's the plan. We cook, Jesse. We cook. And then, do we have anything raw in here? No. If there's good weather, we go up the rope with as much food and water as we can take. And we see if we can find some kind of shelter. Trunk, no. We want... Okay, we can use the sticks. We can remember to take the charcoal. And we can start fire. Actually... Okay, it's not sunny outside. Which means there's no point in starting a fire outside with the magnifying glass and bringing a torch inside, unfortunately. So we'll have to use a wood match. The stream is educationally valuable, getting introduced to the regular usage of fun words. Well, just wait until I start talking about physics. But that can be for the future. For now, we need to talk about this meat. And we also need to especially talk about putting more shrimps on this Barbie so the fire doesn't go out before we cook all the meat this time. Drop, not you. Drop you. SpongeBob is turning into AI slop very slowly. SpongeBob is still going on? That's actually somewhat surprising for me. Well, it's also not surprising, because something so monumentally popular, I can imagine, definitely would have people just wanting to push, keep going, if they really, even if they've run out of content. Well, run out of content that's quality.
I'd lay down right here if I thought I'd ever wake up again.
Okay. You're boiled. We have how many meats? 2 more meats. Each meat is an hour. So 2 hours and 30 minutes, 2 hours and 17. I think that the cooking skill speed up will save us here. So I'm going to very arrogantly do 2 things. First, we cook water. It will only be airing SpongeBob this summer because of how milkable it is. Yeah, SpongeBob is... If I was to try to trace back SpongeBob's lineage, back in the 90s, there were a series, and they were more popular in the 90s. There was a series of cartoon comedies that were quite crass for seeing something on TV. I'm talking about things like Ren and Stimpy, was probably one of the earlier ones. What was it? Something cow. Cow and dog? Cat and cow? Well, there was cat dog. That was not too bad. What was that cow one? I don't remember. But there was a cow one too. But basically, it's the kind of comedy that every once in a while, for comedic effect, it would, cut away to an extremely detailed, like you cut away to the extremely detailed close-up of SpongeBob's face with all of like the dried pores and holes for comedic effect. That came from these earlier cartoons that would sort of use that gross close-up for funny effect. But if you kind of trace the quality of humor, SpongeBob was sort of a more mainstream version of that. And I can imagine exactly how, one, that kind of format could become milkable, and two, how it lends itself to the more sort of Zoomer / Gen Alpha TikTok reel 20-second, maybe even 10-second gag for humor. Okay, so we got an hour and 31, 43 on that, an hour. It'll be close. It will be close. Okay, now, 49 minutes. Yeah, I think if we're quick here, 57, I think we'll be able to just barely sneak it through. But here's my strat. We're going to cook a little bit of coffee, and we're going to drink the coffee before we go up the rope. They collaborated with Ice Spice for the SpongeBob movie this year for literally no reason. Well, people were talking about strange collaborations in, say, Call of Duty or 007 recently, so perhaps it's not too surprising. Perhaps the reason is money and literally selling out to increase to get just a tiny bit larger of an audience. Sounds like that is exactly what's going on. Okay, so we got this delicious coffee. Pick that up. And let's see if this gamey bear meat can get cooked. And no. Unfortunate. That's a shame. I probably should have tossed one more stick in. There are worse fates, but I can't think of many right now. Okay. And not... You gotta be kidding me. Alright, fine. Fine. 4 meats. Plenty of water. Yeah, what's the point of having a collab skin in COD if it's an FPS? Is there enjoyment in seeing their hands or something? Well, this is the case for a lot of skins, like especially in MMOs. You'd pay like $50 for a mount skin or something. The enjoyment doesn't come out of seeing it on yourself. The enjoyment comes out of knowing that other people are seeing that you have it. It's like the same reason you would buy what is effectively just a printed plastic Louis Vuitton bag. It's so other people see it and know that you spent $2,000 on a handbag that's going to be out of season in like 2 months. Okay, did I leave some meat here? No. So, this is actually quite nice because we sleep for 12. The wake up is going to be pretty well aligned with... Which of these did we actually use? The wake up's going to be pretty well aligned with the dawn, which is always nice. I didn't mean to sleep for 11 hours. I meant to sleep for 12 hours. I don't think there can be a worse fate. Oh, Stair Striker, welcome back. Welcome back. And there are even people here, so we need to sleep for 1 more hour. Not the end of the world. Okay, Stair, we are in the process of trying to figure out how the hell to deal with all these mountaineering ropes in Ash Canyon. And my current solution is to leave as much heavy stuff on the low ground as possible, and when possible, hoof heavy stuff up to the high ground. Okay, so that was delicious, and Oh, I lucked out finding that door, actually. Just tried sushi with a slab of raw fish and you
Looks
don't know
like a
what to
new
think
day
about
is
it at all.
dawning.
Well, there are two kinds of sushi that I can think of that would fit that. Was it the kind of sushi that was a slab of raw fish with a tiny pad or patty of rice underneath? Or was it just straight up raw fish? Both of those are improved by dipping in soy sauce, by the way. But if it's just it's just a slab of raw fish, well, in that case, you really need to be careful about the kind that you choose. For example, if it's that sort of orange and white stripe fatty tuna, that is fantastic. I could eat that raw all day. It only needs like a drop of soy sauce, and it's like chewy butter. But if it's a different kind of fish, like, I don't know, yellowtail or something like that, it's really much more to your personal taste, and you need to be more careful about what you choose. So I could definitely see how you are culinarily confused about your feelings. But it's also the kind of thing that the more you do it, the more it grows on you. Okay, so the plan. Here's the plan. We get a decent chunk of water, and let's actually, you know what? Because this place is dark AF during the night, let's actually take all this water and bring it outside, just so it's easier to find. And let's also drop these curables. We definitely have some. Drop, 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 drop. And I didn't mean to drop that, but it's not the end of the world. Okay. Good. Might not need 100 portions of coffee on your trip. That's true. That's true, but you never know what I might need at the end of the trip. And I suppose tea as well. I didn't have this much coffee. Luckily, there were 1 or 2 airplane containers that had metric tons of coffee. We can store the coffee in here. Where'd you go? Here. Okay, so also part of the reason that I've avoided dealing with this coffee is that it comes in stacks of 5, and you can't just spam drop for stacks of... It bugged again. Need to reopen it. You can't just spam drop for stacks of 5. You need to actually go and do this sort of annoying thing every time. Do dads just force themselves to like coffee? I have no idea how real people enjoy it. Okay. So, Shiny Gengar, I was once like you. I was once a young spring chicken, believing that I could just go to sleep whenever I wanted, wake up whenever I wanted, and feel awake whenever I wanted. I thought that coffee was just some kind of dirt water that people would drink because it helped them feel alive. The suffering helped them realize that they were still alive. But no, there's more to it than that. Let's actually bring 2 meats. And I meant to drop this water. But to answer your question, most of the coffee that you would probably have access to is bad. It just generally tastes bad. Agree with consumption. The thing is, everything one does without moderation and tolerance can have benefit to throw to consecutive or consequences. To throw to consequences. The struggle is figuring out if you prefer your coffee black with sugar and or milk. Now, I believe I can predict Shiny Gengar's future. I believe your future is, first you'll tell yourself, coffee, it's only for emergencies. I'll only drink it if I feel really tired and I need to be awake. But eventually, you'll find yourself just taking a tiny little sip every morning because it just helps throw off that shade and blanket over your eyes just a little bit. And then it'll be more and more and more. And then you'll discover something like a sweet Chobani coffee creamer, something delicious. And you'll say, you know what? I don't have my coffee with creamer. I have my creamer with coffee. And eventually, you'll realize that you can drink just a little bit less creamer and a little bit less creamer. And suddenly, one day, it'll be mostly coffee. And you'll hear in the distance a chant. You'll hear people saying, "One of us, one of us, one of us." Welcome, Bonnie. He has caffeine anyway, dude. Can you still drink it? And it tastes good and it lets you stay awake. Well, the thing is, one, I think a big aspect of the sort of kick to your face that coffee actually helps make you stay awake is the harsh taste. I think that's a feature, not a bug. When you first tried coffee, you drank it black and hated it. Only started enjoying it once I added sugar and milk. I drank coffee just black for the longest time, and I only drank it in emergencies. And even afterwards, I kind of started drinking it mostly black. Also, I only drink cold brew. So I'll have like an old jar of pickle relish that I've cleaned out, and I'll put about 3 tablespoons, 2 cups a day back in school. Good God, my man. That's a lot. So I've heard of people drinking more. A friend of mine actually used to drink so much coffee. She'd tell me that like she would have to go on sort of detoxes every once in a while because the amount of caffeine she was drinking was making her heart palpitate. But yeah, so I mean, Bonnie, we've been between the heat wave that's been going on pretty much everywhere in real life and the chillness that is post-apocalyptic Canada, things have been pretty good. But one thing I will say is, I think the most offensive part of the taste of coffee, and this is for any roast, is when you brew it hot, and with a French press or a pour over or really what have you. I think most places you'll get it, and especially if you like do it with a typical coffee pot, it probably burns the bejesus out of the beans, and that makes it taste extremely acidic and harsh. What I do instead is, like I mentioned, I've got this sort of cleaned out jar of pickle relish. And so basically it's just a glass jar with a top. I put I put 3 tablespoons of coffee grounds in the bottom, and then I just fill it up with room temperature water. And I pretty much leave it to sit for between 12 hours and overnight, or 24 hours. And that ends up being, was a dead end. That ends up being a lot, it ends up being much less harsh than a typical hot brew. So if you really don't like coffee and you've got time, I recommend trying that. And now Bobby swapped over to Twitch. So drinking 2 cups a day in school, 1 teaspoon of caffeine can kill you. How little are they putting in these drinks? Okay, so I actually know the answer to this. The typical cup of coffee, I believe, has somewhere between 80 and 100 milligrams of caffeine. So that's basically up to 1%, no, 100? 100 is 10% of a single gram of caffeine. And I believe, if I was to estimate, one thing, I just stopped short of another mountaineering rope. So this is extremely ominous. There are 2 mountaineering ropes. There's one in the house we just came from, and there's one right here. I'm feeling Doom 3 vibes again, where it's throwing all these things at me because I'm about to need them. So that's a concern. What is this? Hatchet? Good quality hatchet. We can leave this here in case we need to chop some wood up here. But for now, let's see if we can find a proper shelter on this plateau. I haven't found one yet. Yeah, you're basically cold. So the process of making coffee is the process of dissolving the ingredients, basically the volatile ingredients, in the grounds into whatever fluid you're dissolving them into. You're not actually dissolving the grounds, you're sort of letting the things inside the grounds dissolve into the water. And that's a body of some kind. I wonder if it has a friend. So this happens as long as the grounds are touching the water. And I'm sure you guys remember from chemistry, the concentration of I guess it'd be solutes. The concentration of solutes will flow from higher concentration to lower concentration until they reach a dynamic equilibrium. Temperature can make that happen faster. And oh my goodness, is this another terrifying, death-defying bridge? Let's take a look. It is. Okay, we will literally cross this bridge later when we get to it. But for now, let's stick over. I forgot about completely charcoals. This is very important. Yeah, I hate them too. This one... Okay. Yeah, there's more charcoaling to do. This one... I feel like I've seen worse, but I don't like it. Right, where was I? Right. So, the degree... No, let me back up. So, the temperature increases how fast the molecules in whatever thing wiggle. And the faster they're wiggling, for example, in this case, the water molecules, the faster they're wiggling, the faster they can kind of penetrate into the coffee grounds and knock the stuff that you're trying to drink out of the coffee grounds. And that's why people usually brew coffee hot. It's because it makes that process fast. But different kinds of compounds get extracted and dissolved at different rates. So for example, the caffeine will dissolve at a certain rate. The sort of flavor aspects of the coffee grounds that dissolve, they will dissolve at a rate that is different from the caffeine, and the more harsher tastes and acidic tastes inside the coffee will dissolve at yet another rate. If you are hot brewing, then all of these things will dissolve faster, and that sort of the window between when the caffeine dissolves and the taste dissolves and the acid dissolves is going to be much shorter than when you're cold brewing. And things will even dissolve a little bit more, sort of, they'll reach their maximum dissolution point faster if you hot brew, which is why if you leave something to hot brew for too long, it tastes like battery acid. You know, it's got all of the taste in it, it's got all the caffeine in it, but it's also got all of the acid in it. And so at that point, you're really just basically taking a sand grinder to your teeth. Well, which is a long way of saying I recommend trying a cold brew if you think coffee tastes just generally bad. Try a cold brew with like a medium roast, and leave it in for not more than 8 or 12 hours. Because then you're probably getting most of the caffeine and a good deal of the taste, but not a lot of the acid and bitterness. And you can kind of dip your toes in there. And in addition, even if it's sort of like a medium brew, if you leave it in for 8 or 12 hours, I remember reading that the caffeine actually dissolves quite quickly. It should be mostly caffeinated. And yes, it's also the same reason my cold brew tea tastes different. Because if you cold brew the tea, if you cold brew it, you are guaranteed, and I probably should have done it over by that edge instead of here. I guess this is fine. Yeah, we got the edge. If you cold brew tea, you are guaranteed to not risk actually burning the leaves. And 2, again, certain chemical reactions that will only happen quickly at higher temperatures, they're not going to be happening in a cold brew. And so you can much more control the rate at which that sort of bitterness enters the tea. Also, welcome, Cockroach. 1997, there's only one username, or one person that is allowed to have 1997 in their username. You survived the nuclear war 50 years ago. What is this, Fallout 5? All right. I'm getting a little bit concerned on account of we're getting one maple sapling, but we're getting pretty deep into this plateau up here, and I'm not seeing any sign of any shelter. The bots are still out in force. So we are lost, metaphorically, but we're in Ash Canyon, which is the northern region in the Long Dark, and I'm starting to think it might be the most inhospitable one. Okay, but what was I going to say? Yeah, so why you prefer why you don't prefer tea bags compared to loose leaf tea? Well, there's another aspect of that as well. So, kind of wish, so I saw oh my goodness, I was afraid that this came back here. We got a little bit of a peek, a little bit of a cheeky little reveal past this mountain range when we popped a charcoal back at the homestead. But now, oh my goodness, I think it might actually go all the way around. That's concerning. Okay, let's see where this leads. The far territories are much worse. Well, actually, I wonder. I might have to take a peek in that, but I think I want to see all the vanilla stuff first. This looks like a cave. But is it a dead end, or does it go through? It looks like it might be a dead end, but let's... Oh no, that goes through. Okay, so this cave is a dead end, I hope. Let's see what's in here. Anything nice? Aha, a container. What do you contain, O container of the mount? Okay, right. Well, what I was going to mention about loose leaf tea versus bagged tea is there is another aspect of this reaction, and that is the surface area that you have. I mean, well, I guess there was an emergency firewood and a flare that we can probably never use. But the surface area of whatever you are trying to put in the water is also important for what chemical reactions happen at what speed. So this, for example, for coffee, this will be, do you have like a coarse grind, a medium grind, or a fine grind? And the finer the grind, the more surface area you're going to get, which means, so having all these thoughts on beverages, just bought instant coffee, put some hot water, and hope for the best for the longest time. Well, there's a science. There's a reason why there's like French coffee snobs who have been coffee snobs for, the better part of a century. But if you imagine, if you will, a posh country club where the poor or where the rich advance and the poor get snubbed. Lonely Island, in case anyone, I forgot to put a charcoal up here, in case anyone is cultured. But imagine like an asteroid, like a big asteroid, a big chunk of rock floating in space. And imagine taking that asteroid and dipping it in water. The water is going to kind of soak into the surface of the asteroid, and the size of the asteroid will determine how long it takes for the water to soak all the way to the core of the asteroid. The smaller the asteroid, the less distance the water has to travel from the surface to the middle. The bigger the asteroid, the longer it's going to have to take. So imagine now that we're not talking about asteroids, we're talking about shards of coffee. So basically grounds of coffee. The bigger the coffee grind, the longer it's going to take for the coffee to fully penetrate and then extract out the things in the coffee. So basically, the coarser the grind, the more you can slow down the process of extracting things. So, and similarly, the finer the grind, the faster that extraction process is going to happen. So for example, if you have a very fine grind and you put it in hot water, you're going to get everything. You're going to go through the caffeine and the flavor and then the acid extraction process fast. On the other hand, if you have a coarser grind, you're going to go through the same process, but it's going to take a lot more time to do it. So instead of maybe, I don't know, I don't actually know timings for hot brew coffee, so just take this with an estimation. But to get a certain taste in a fine grind, it might take you 5 minutes. to get the same in a coarser grind, it might take you, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Now you're in the mood for coffee. Where was I going with this? Right. The same deal is true for tea. And the reason I bring this up is because you can sort of select between this kind of fine grind, more instant coffee. I think instant coffee is actually like a powder that is meant to fully dissolve as opposed to a fine grind, but let's leave that aside for now. Bagged teas tend to be basically like low-end dregs that are basically the pulverized leftovers of the normal tea leaf. And because those things are basically pulverized dust, they will brew faster and they will get through the taste and the caffeine into the sort of astringent, bitter aspects of the leaf faster. Which is why you're supposed to, brew them for a very sort of medium amount of time. On the other hand, someone that, of course, I've already forgotten, mentioned they prefer loose leaf, and that would probably be because loose leaf is going to have larger pieces of leaves intact, and so similar to coffee, you will take a longer time to go through the whole extraction cycle to finally end up with those bitter flavors as opposed to the more mellow / caffeine that you're looking for. But you might be able to achieve a similar result by cooking or brewing a bagged tea for a shorter amount of time. Okay, where are we? We are up here. I kind of want to fill in this gap a little bit more. It's somewhat of a waste, but I think it's probably worth it for my undiagnosed and fully self-diagnosed and probably not actually OCD. Let's see, what is the best insect? I think the easy answer there is probably the ladybug. And now, sushi or smoked salmon? Yeah, it's like if you must smoke salmon. I'd say... I think I would prefer sushi, but I might trust smoked salmon more if I found it just sort of out on a platter. Has anyone tried using M&Ms as coffee beans? I mean, at that point, really all you're doing is making hot chocolate. Yeah, so you only like the loose tea for 2 reasons, and you're not going to tell us those reasons. Talk about vague posting. Stare Striker leaving us hanging over here. Okay, I think we might actually have to cross one of these bridges. Surely, because we're getting to the point where we almost can't climb a rope. We're okay food and water-wise to stay up here for at least a little bit longer. Surely there's got to be some kind of fire lookout tower over here, right? Oh god, I hate how there are these sort of intermittent gaps in these, in this bridge. It really, especially because the first time I died, so you see how there's 2 lit fires on the bottom of the screen here and 1 extinguished fire. That's because I've died once. And the first time I died is because I fell through a hole between 2 rails, like train rails, that was about this size. And so I'm like 3 times shy whenever I see anything like this. Okay. Max yield for tea, true. Ensure that you don't get plastic or other BS in the bags. That's actually a really good point. Oh, hold on, look at this. Surely you wouldn't put a fence up here if there wasn't some kind... if there wasn't some kind of glorious, beautiful, delicious, comfy, cozy edifice nearby. On good track. Gecko, you are the harbinger of good news. I think you're definitely right about the plastic stuff because you can't. Oh, who harvested these birch saplings? Rude. Very rude. Okay, so what have we got here? Now, rabbits and more birch saplings that got harvested. Which rude person came here first and dared take my cute little saps before I could harvest them? They were harvested before their time, which was me harvesting them at their time before their time. Oh no. How dare you? How dare you, Chelsea? Another set of woodworking tools. Now, I already found one of these way down south in the Bleak Inlet, so I don't think we actually need more stump remover. Actually, this place is kind of well equipped, isn't it? Can we get up there? No. Can't even break down that ladder. Okay, we got a fire. We got a supply bin, which is good for storage.
This'll keep the lamp.
Don't need that. Okay, oh my goodness, and look at all the... Surely, with all these deer up here, there absolutely cannot be any wolves, or any bears, or any moose. And this looks enterable. Oh my goodness, the decadence. And a message, and a key with the message. Oh my goodness. I'll be away a while. Raid my catch as you please. Now, raid your catch. The phrasing of that is making me think that this has got to be referring to some unreasonable amount of fish. Raid your catch. Because you wouldn't call it a catch if it was deer or wolf or bear. You'd call it raid my hunt or my something else. Let's find out where you are. Memento cache, and that is, okay, actually kind of far away in a cabin. And let's not forget the key. Let's put a pin in that. We got peaches. Okay, what are we doing here? We are getting this flare. That's kind of ominous. Let me out. Let me out. Okay, there we go. Is that a cave? I thought I saw something interesting over here. But I don't think I did. Okay. First order of business. Let's go to the top of the hill and pop a charcoal. And I don't remember what I was saying at the time, but this is basically, oh yeah, the tea bags. I think that tea bags, unless you get it from like some super Gucci shop, are probably aiming for the kind of low end, the low cost end of the market. Miner's Folly. Is that because there's nothing to mine up here? Is that it? No, that's just a rock. Which I think I would agree, I wouldn't trust that they would have sufficiently high enough standards to not end up having some kind of plastics or, you know, micro wood chips in their tea bags. Especially because it seems like a lot of places, actually some companies do just make these sort of plastic-ish tea bags, like plastic mesh. And others have kind of plastic strings that attach the tea bag to the, you know, the thing that you pick the tea bag up with. So that's definitely true. And speaking of tea bags, I mentioned last time, I think, that I have this huge pile of like loose leaf tea and assorted tea bags that I've been going through. And currently, I'm in the process of drinking some yerba mate. Okay, another hunting knife. Pretty good condition. Let's put it... Oh, look at this little cheeky little note hiding in the shadows. A crumbling page from an old logbook, only partially legible. I didn't mean to pick that up. I meant to read it. I want to read it. Show me. Show me your secrets, mining log page. It's gold, all right. Can't believe how much. Jesse wants to go even deeper. But we've all been waiting on for the foreman to give us the thumbs up. The vein we opened looks like it could go on and on. Just gotta be careful how we... And at that instant, the cave collapsed, and only the miner's hand, the pen, and the scrawled mining log page were recovered. You know, if there's actually like a book we don't need, if there's actually some kind of, I don't know, gold nugget that we can pick up, I will be picking it up. Okay, we got boots. We got a proper bed. We got pants. What's up here? Book. Advanced guns. We can definitely make use of that. And let's also not forget the small firearms book in the cabin by the homestead. Okay. Hunting knife, and there's also a hatchet somewhere back up in the original plateau area. Let's remember that that's there. I think we'll leave currently our hunting knife is pretty good, and our hatchet is decent-ish. I'm only saying the hatchet is decent-ish because that thing condition goes down pretty fast when you use it. So I think we'll leave this. No, you know what we'll do? This will be where we bring everything we would want to bring in this region. We have interior storage, we have exterior storage. So the next time we go back to the Homesteader's Respite, I forgot to charcoal up here, didn't I? Damn. Well, we'll be heading back there eventually anyway. Okay, we actually walked a lot farther than I thought. How valuable do you think physical game copies will be now that they're removing them in a year? I know it's not even a nice house, but you know what? In this market, it's all I can afford, all right? And the view. You don't need plumbing when you have this kind of view. But Kukaracha, 1997, to answer, how valuable will physical game copies be? For new games, I'm actually going to go with not very, because my suspicion is that for new games, they're going to add always online DRM. I think that's going to be a thing that happens in the future. Okay, let's pick up some of this firewood.
We might have to drop some gear.
Take the tools. What else can we pick up? Not even the house with the nicest view. That's true, but the house with the nicest view was bought up by a tech bro 2 years ago, and he won't sell it for any price. It's just a bunch of reclaimed wood, isn't it? And this thing doesn't even have a chimney, does it? Yeah, I don't remember seeing a fireplace in there. Let's double check. No, not a single fireplace. I suppose it's okay because there's the hobo fire barrel over here, which means we should probably drop all the wood over by it. Okay, all this reclaimed wood. And most of these sticks. Always drop most of the sticks. Not that, this. Online DRM is already active. That's right. To quote unquote reduce piracy, although it really doesn't. Like I said last time, we were complaining about the mobile. Not even the house with the nicest view, huh? Gecko, you were holding out on me. You were holding out on me this whole time. But yeah, last time we were complaining about, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, mobile gaming stuff. It's like this kind of always online thing. It's only really not bypassable for games that kind of the online aspect is intrinsic to the situation. Like, for example, I'm thinking especially of like in Birches. I'm thinking of like MMOs, that kind of game, where it's kind of like pointless to have an offline version. Or, you know, games that are only online multiplayer. Oh my goodness. Okay, so once again, I would bet serious money that this is a Vista. But we haven't found the Polaroid, so we can't use it as a Vista. We're just going to have one tiny garbage reveal. That'll probably be decent from the height. But you know what? I feel like it could be better. But at the same time, what really else could be revealed? Okay, so I'm very loath to actually point arrows here because if I shoot an arrow here, I guarantee you I'll never find it. So let's actually put the bow away. But that over there, you might not be able to see it because of the aliasing, but there's a bridge over the canyon. I think that's the bridge that we didn't go over on the first plateau. And that looks kind of small, but if you see right in the middle of the screen, I'm going to bring the bow out to bring out the reticle. That looks a hell of a lot like a climbing rock. I can't tell if it has the rope on it from here. I can't tell from here, but we'll have to put a pin in that. Let's see if this has anything good inside. I saw you, you cute little flare. Well, first let's see if it has anything good outside. People film themselves in luxury cars they rented and insult you, expect you to buy there, of course. Yeah. Well, you got to keep up with the Joneses, right? That's what life is all about. You must consume. Turn your brain off and consume. That looks like one of those fruit stands that you can't open. Okay. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. All right. Storm lantern. I'm so glad. So there are at least 2 storm lanterns. Let me back up. Ash Canyon. Actually, I'm beginning to think it might be more square than I thought initially. Ash Canyon, we entered here in the south. I confirmed that there's another way to get here from Timberwolf Mountain. Where is this? Here. So here, we entered at the bottom of Echo Ravine, and that led to the south. Up here, this cave system also leads to Timberwolf Mountain. Not Timberwolf Mountain. From Timberwolf Mountain to Ash Canyon. I went through it, but when I got out the other side, it was either dark or bad weather, so I couldn't pop a charcoal. I don't actually know where that entrance is. But that cave was the initial point that I thought we would have to go through to get here. So I left a bunch of stuff there. We left a bunch of stuff there, and some of that stuff is food. Most of it is equipment, materials, and a couple of storm lanterns. It's actually quite good that there is this storm lantern here. Because I don't know, going around the long way to get to that cave is going to be a trek. Hello. It's you.
I think I can use this.
And I don't know where the shorter way is. So this is good to have in case we run into any caves. Okay, firewood, cedarwood, firewood, fireplace. Why would I ever use the fireplace when there's this perfectly good... Oh, you know why I would do that?
Carry much more.
I would use the fireplace instead because I think the fireplace throws better light. Okay, what have we got? Food, granola bar, a bed, which is nice. Sewing kit, didn't really need that. Junk in the trunk.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
Stack of papers, don't need it. What you got? A briefcase. I'm a businessman with a business plan. Didn't need either of those things. Old bedroll. Don't need that. Okay, so not... I guess the matches are good, and the lantern was good. Another flare. All right. Okay, so this is okay. I'm satisfied that that is a decent-ish location for sleeping on account of... Come on, how would you not want to wake up to this view in the morning? But, you know, I think I actually prefer the garbage house back where all the miners are, just because it's closer to the workbench. Call the grizzly bear, polar bear hybrids growler bears or pizzly bears. Do they actually have a name for them?
Wonder if
Yeah,
I
one
can
of your
drop
favorite
into this
locations in the
gear.
long dark. The only thing that could make this location better is if there was a fishing hole nearby. It's quite quaint, but I have a feeling that I wouldn't be able to last here for very long on account of I don't really hunt deer, and the rabbits can only feed you for so long. So unless there's like a wolf or a bear or something up here, I could only probably stay here for a couple of days at a time. Whereas if there was a fishing hole, well, we could live there forever. So those are the two names. They have two names for some reason. It's probably because they were simultaneously named by two different, I don't know, animal researchers, and the literature has not yet decided which one is final. That happens sometimes in particularly niche fields. Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty nice location. And it's... I wouldn't call it not practical. I would say it's very practical for someone who's in the habit of hunting deer. But because I shot Bambi's dad in like the first 3 days of this playthrough, way back when, during a blizzard in Hush River Valley, I've kind of felt bad and not actually killed any deers since then. Okay, it is almost dusk. Let's do a little bit more of a round, see if we can pop some more charcoals, find any exits from this area. And then we can just... We definitely have enough food to sleep. I guess especially if we cook that deer. We're probably going to have to cook that deer and maybe even hunt some rabbits. So we can cook the deer. Actually, we can also get some more sticks, hopefully make some fire-hardened arrows, and fail to hunt some rabbits a few times. Okay, where exactly... Okay, so we've got basically all this area revealed. But yeah, just take a look at this. So what do we got? Days survived, 341. Calories expended, more than 1 million. And where's the number of deer hunted? Deer killed, 1. What fictional animal would you have? Ooh. Ooh. Now that is a tough question. That is quite a tough question. I could easily see myself being swayed one way or the other. This looks like it's walkable steep. I kind of hope it's not, because that looks... Well, we'll find out. What fictional animal? And that... Tell me that's not a moose. Are we going to hunt a moose up here? We might have to hunt a moose up here. If there's a spot that we can hide, because honestly, he's got nowhere to run, does he? If there's a spot we can get up high and snipe him from, I think we're going to hunt a moose. All right, now is this walkable? What fictional animal? I think I would lean towards... This is a hard question. You can't just be randomly asking people questions like this without giving them some time, some warm-up beforehand, some warning. If it could fly, I think a dragon would be cool. Just for the sort of being able to ride it and fly factor. That looks like a cave. Either a cave or something weird. All right, pop charcoal. And hope the moose doesn't come this way. Again. Okay, okay. Ooh. Why does that look like a road? I'm not sure if I like that very much. A griffin. I would say griffin is maybe not a bad choice, especially if you're more on the feather enjoyer side of things. That... Oh no, that bridge looks pretty serious. I bet that bridge goes and there's something cheeky up on that cliff top. We'll have to see if we can get around there. I don't know, griffins are like... I feel like a griffin wouldn't be that much better than, like, a large bald eagle. Because really, how good is a feather to hug? I'm not sure. Hold on. Hold on. Can anyone tell me why there's a rib cage here? That's not... Oh, hello. So, this must be a bear haunt. That could be the only thing that this means. Yeah, how could there not be a bear here? Eventually. Okay, let's see where this leads. Can I not break a leg here, please? Thank you.
So night can't be far behind.
Okay, so let me take back what I said earlier. Let me take back what I said earlier in that I don't think I could last very long up here because, one, we just saw that moose, and two, those bones almost certainly confirm that eventually a bear will arrive here. And 30 kilograms of bear meat, that's a lot of lasting power. Oh, hello. Well, this is looking pretty serious. Who drops a random flare? Oh. What is this? Could this be signposted, perhaps? I thought Canadians were supposed to be literate. Why doesn't this sign have anything on it? Oh well. I think... Oh, hello. Every day, we drift closer to God's embrace.
You could just lay down.
I think...
Have a little sleep, right?
I think this is worth pushing, because surely you wouldn't put this... Look at how intense and serious and well-maintained all this wood is. Surely there must be something at the end of the path. And in the worst case scenario... Alright, now this is a dead end, though. Worst case scenario, because we do have the bearskin bedroll, we can just plop that down and pretty much sleep anywhere we want. You know what? I was so excited I almost forgot charcoal. No gaps, please, and ooh. 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 That was a nice looking charcoal. That was a very attractive charcoal. Is there anything sneaky over here? No, in fact, I can't even walk up that tiny little bump. Curses. A tiny bump, my only weakness. How did you know? Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what? I thought this would be a nice bridge. Okay, do we want to go on the side or the middle? I think we want to go on this. I think we want to go on the side. No, not that one. But not... Oh no, I can't go over the thick bit. No! Am I stuck? Save me. Someone save me from this geometry. This cursed geometry. Okay. Okay, actually, this could be a problem. Crouch. Okay, we're up the first bit. Can we bump up to the second bit? Let me up. Let me up, damn you. Okay. Okay, faster with the tall bits. Faster with the tall bits. Oh my god, that bridge was supposed to be safe. That bridge was supposed to be safe. Another mountaineering rope. It just keeps getting more and more ominous. Okay, we need to find somewhere to take a nap and make a fire and get some water. We have some water, but cook this deer meat pretty quick. Because we are running low on everything right now. Surely it couldn't be far. And also surely it couldn't be something that's only one way. I was expecting to go up. Why am I going down? Who goes down? Who goes down when up is the correct direction? How very dare. Show me what you got. Certainly in this flat area there must be something, right? I see a birch sap. I see another birch sap. I think I'm the real sap for having come here. What was that noise? What was that noise? I think it must have been the tree. Okay, I really shouldn't be sapping these right now. Wait, do we go right? Or do we go left? I think we check the body. Yeah, first we check the body. Then we get the money. Then we get the cave. Wait, is this not a body? What is this? I love a broken arrow. Even when it's artillery called on my own position. Who brings...
I better take this food.
Who brings a trout all the way up here? I'll take this bow. We'll leave the sewing kit. We'll leave the hatchet. I'll take the whetstone. Now, oh no, it keeps going. Well, can't exactly stop now. Actually, might as well take the fish. Because we're going to be cooking. Oh my goodness. Okay, so in a pinch, we do have these peaches to eat. But they won't last us very long. I think we'll pick up these saps on the way back, because we are slow and fat. We need to carry burn time, not bow time. Okay, I forgot to pop a charcoal earlier. This is probably a decent place for it. Okay. Yeah, that's not half bad. Oh my goodness. Definitely getting out over our skis on this one.
All I can think about is food.
All you can think about is food. What about a nice warm bed? Okay, to be honest, I've actually got half a mind to just start a fire right here. I think that's actually the play, on account of this food is going to take time to cook. So let's get close enough to break the wind. It's a lot closer than I thought it would take. And we can use a match. We only have 5 sticks. Might have to use the coal on this if I don't have any other firewood. And I don't remember if I have any other firewood. Alright, first order business. Get off the slope. Second order business.
Come on.
Yeah, I think we just add this coal. And that ought to get us as much cooking as we like. Because we have these weapons of cooking destruction. Place the cooking pot. Every single time, man, I click the wrong thing. And we'll do the venison first. Okay. Wait a second. That's not venison. What did I click? Suppose it's fine. I've only been carrying these acorn grounds around for like, honestly, 200 days. Some unreasonable amount of time. Okay. Speed you up. And now we'll actually cook the venison. And we'll actually cook the fish. Really, 21 minutes for only 300 calories of fish? That seems a little excessive. Okay, and it's getting dark. I do not like that. We'll spend the rest of this burn time making water. We should be able to make quite a bit. On account of 2, count it, 2 pots. What is this, an hour and 15? 2 liters would be pushing it. 1 liter and 15 should fit comfortably. Let me offer this. Yeah. Okay. And I think we're probably still good for a liter and a half. Okay. Food-wise, Yeah, 400 calories for 20 minutes of cooking time, that seems a little excessive. A little bit excessive. We're going to need to eat all of this venison. All right. All right, the food situation is quite low. It's not looking good for our hero. Water situation will be fine. Yeah, that's fine. And this is fine. So we have at least 3.5 liters of water. I think we're going to grab a quick Z right here if we can. 1 hour. The fire will burn down. It's already dark enough that I don't think we're losing out on the light. Okay, pick up, pick up. Here's the fire. Take the char. Make sure we didn't leave anything behind. Good. And, ooh, I don't like how dark this is in the shadows. This is a perfect opportunity for, you know it, noir. To snag a little bit more contrast. Okay, so. Surely. Oh no. It's a rickety bridge. You know what? You can't get stuck on a rickety bridge like you could get stuck on that other one. Ooh, I don't like those gaps. I do not like those gaps. Like this, that feels definitely fall-throughable. Oh my god, and the swaying of the ropes. You guys might not be able to see because it's so, oh my goodness, dark. I do not like this. Oh goodness, why am I stopped? Why am I stopped moving? Oh god. I thought I was stuck on like a hole, but I think I was just stuck on a tiny bump up of geometry that he couldn't walk up because he was so, but oh my goodness, hold on. Oh Jesus. So I was sure, I was absolutely sure that we were about to fall through a couple of slats in the wooden slats on that bridge just now. I need to take a moment because my heart rate is actually pounding right now. Jesus Christ. Another frick on that bridge. Stepped away for a minute. Yeah, on the right track. Don't go on an effed up bridge in the dark. Man. Let's just say the bridge that was supposed to be the nicest turned out to be the worst. Okay, but this looks fine, right? Clearly we can see the dark cliff on the right, and that goes up. That's not a concern. We can see the bright cliffside on the left, and as long as we don't go over the brightness on the left, we should be okay. Didn't necessarily mean don't go on an effed up bridge in the dark. Well, you don't know how stubborn I am. Okay, so based on this looking like it might not be walkable, question mark? No, it is walkable. I thought it was going to be too steep. And I was thinking that it probably is going to cut to the right into a cave or something. Possible close to the curator's rifle spawn. So the... Now, this is dark. And... Okay, we can crouch and get a little bit more contrast. I think we're okay as long as we stay... You know what? One, better safe than sorry. And two, when the hell am I going to use all these flares? Alright. I thought that we could have gone this way, but I was worried that there would be a cheeky instant death hole on the right here that we couldn't see. Okay, this is basically daylight. There is absolutely no reason to be afraid now. Yeah, stressing you out right now. How do you think I feel? To be honest, I really thought that we would come into some other buildings like 20 minutes ago. And it's too dark to pop charcoals. We'll have to do those on the way back. We will have to go back. Ooh, more saplings. Maybe the real treasure was the saplings we met along the way. Oh, hello. You know, we still don't know where this leads because Canadians can't read or write. Unfortunate. All I want is something... All I want is A roof over my head so I can take a quick 12-hour nap. So I can sleep from midnight until dawn. Is it too much to ask? Oh, come on now. More of this? Actually, you know, these wooden platforms are probably the thing I feel the safest walking over. Despite the lack of handrails means they're definitely not OSHA approved. Uh-oh, can I walk up the bump, please? Yes. Alright, come on now. Surely Canadians have invented the inside. Oh, come on. Let me up. This is kind of creepier with the noir mode, as opposed to having the orange glow from the flare.
Making me feel really tired.
Okay. Now, we're still looking fine. Don't tell me there's another bridge, man. Why have you got to be like this? Okay, let's just hope we don't get stuck on this one. I hate this. I hate that. I hate that gap. God. Tell me this is not nightmare fuel. Look at this. Oh my god. You've got to be kidding. This is ridiculous. Oh man. There's no wind and it's swaying this much. Why? Why? Ooh, come on. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. I hate this. Remember, per the lore, the island has been abandoned since the 90s. Absolutely. The absolute German sausage. Now, I'm sure the intended path is to the right. But that little left ledge looks kind of cheeky and I want to look at it first. Or second. I don't know. Just... No, this is... This is definitely a one-way trip. 2, I kind of want this firewood. So 3, now let's actually go across the thing. So the lore, the island has been abandoned since the 90s. That sounds familiar, and I think Mystery Lake hasn't been abandoned. I think Mystery Lake has been like a summer vacation spot, like a national park. But certainly the electric dam and most of the settlements have probably been... Certainly all of the industry has been abandoned. But I believe, at least in Milton, according to the lore, there were still a couple of people hanging on into modern times. I've never had a flare run out on me before. We're out of the shadows, so it's not quite so bad anymore. But I've really never had a flare run out. Alright, come on, man. Where are they hiding all the edifices? Okay. Oh. Wait, hold on. You're telling me that the mine workers walked all the way from over here, zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. Oh, we're probably going to end up at wherever this climb memento hint is. They zigzag, 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 zigzag. And then every day to go to the mine, they would climb up this thing. They would climb up this structurally unsound root wall. I don't believe this. I don't believe this for 1 second. Okay, we'll climb again. Well, yeah, we just left the housing closer to the mine. Okay, this is... Again, I forgot about the storm lantern. We're probably going to need this more in the mine, but for now, let's go with the storm lantern. Okay, but let's see what we can see. Housing even closer to the mine? Well, we'll see about that. We'll see if that's misinformation or not. But for now, I've got to be getting delirious from lack of sleep. Okay, show me what you got. We want more firewood. Chelsea's the pro. Okay. Of course, that's what someone who's misinforming you would say as well. Alright, still nothing. Is this even... It's not even a cave. Not even polite enough to be a cave. Actually, I'm kind of... can kind of use the haze of the lantern to see farther than I should be able to. So that's not too bad. Is this a cheeky little match? What is this? Cheeky matches. I never would have expected to see such a thing in the corner. The thing ahead... I mean, I suppose this is technically a cave. Is there anything in this little nook? Oh no, don't tell me. There's 2 ways to go. Whoops. So I see a sign over there. Let's put a pin in that little hole. We'll check that hole on the way back, if we have time. I'm hoping there's going to be some food wherever these signs are pointing. Surely. Because it is not going to be too long from now that we lose our well-fed bonus. There's not much left to eat or drink. Actually, there's plenty left to drink. There's not much left to eat. Okay, it's getting dark again. It's getting very dark. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it only exists as a way to get from A to B. I mean, it does have that very... not labyrinthine, but winding kind of a feel to it. Man, I kind of feel like I could have walked all the way back to Coastal Highway at this rate. Okay, I think we're still going... Yes, this way up here to the right. For the last, like, a long time, I've been thinking, surely just around this corner. Surely just around this corner. It keeps not being just around this corner. And it keeps asking me not to call it surely. Yeah, we are struggling with this low carry weight. Okay, nothing above. Look at how flat and wide this is. Surely they would have built a house here. With this flatness, how could they resist? Okay, that looks walkable if possible. But it looks like it might be a little high. Two things. One, I might have just heard a pitter-patter. 3 things. 2, sap. 3, that doesn't look natural. Is it a well? Or is it the roof of a house that's burned down? Okay. The last time we saw one of these things was by our little homestead. So where's the homestead? Where's the homestead at? Oh my goodness. Okay, I guess we keep going. At least for now. Yeah. I'm trying to stay a healthy distance away from any kind of a cliff edge. Gecko. As I mentioned before, I have been intimately acquainted with fatal falls from tall heights. More saps. I don't know what kind of fertilizer they're putting up here. Okay, this... Now, I don't know if you guys can tell, but there are bits of white snow droplets that are suspiciously disappearing halfway up the screen. That looks steep as hell. So let's actually kind of go around here by the trees. This looks like it might be safer. Yeah, I do not... That definitely looks way steep. Can we sneak down over here? I think we can. Let's go here. And yeah, to the trees. Okay, missed the somewhere in the dark. You underestimate my power. After all of this climbing, I have the high ground. Oops, this is steep. Why is this so steep? Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. How could you be so wide and open and not have a house? Houses are supposed to be built on clearings like this. Mm-hmm. Okay, does this wrap around maybe? Or is this a dead end? Can't go up there. Hold on. Does that little bit of snow look suspiciously straight and angled off, does it, to anyone else? Or is this just a cheeky way through? I can't tell. It might just be a cheeky way through. Okay, so that wasn't anything. Yeah, I'm also beginning to suspect that whatever buildings were associated with that, like, I don't know, if it was like a bucket or a well or whatever, I'm suspecting that you're right. I might have walked past it. Especially since this looks like a climbing rock. Okay, it is a climbing rock. We're not going down that. We're going back. I think this is the end of the line as far as walking is concerned. In fact, I'm almost certain of it, because this was already looking to be a lot like a dead end. And in my mind, at least, that just confirmed it. Okay. So... what the hell was that noise? I just heard something in my left headphone. But I think it was just a bit of snow falling. Okay. So we need to get back. And we might as well drink the acorn coffee. It's not looking like anything except dark. Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys can turn up... There's no brightness settings that I know of in this game. And I think whatever encoding I have is turning a little bit darker for you guys than it is for me. I can kind of see the dark outlines of the cliffs to the left and right. I can sort of see a difference in the color of the sky and the snow. That's more or less all I have to work on. But if nothing is looking particularly promising once we get back up to that whatever it was,
I feel my feet.
I think I might have to break out the lantern again. Not looking like anything except dark. It should be almost morning. Okay. Windbreak means that's particularly steep. How do we go around? This is looking promising. Okay. Yeah, I think that's... well, let's just try to remember not to walk down that steep bit. Officially disoriented. This should be the rock next to that edifice. So the edifice should be... here-ish, approximately, question mark? Dot, dot, dot. Okay, but is it up or down? Let's see. First order of business, find the thing. If I was a thing, where would I be? Here.
Too cold to think.
Okay. So, let's just momentarily stand on this platform and see if there's stairs or anything like that. I don't see any stairs. And I definitely don't want to go down from here, which means Perhaps we follow this fence. Where does the fence point? The fence points this way. Hawaii enjoying the warm weather, and no, you just had to come over here. It's cold, it's night. Honestly, you can, so you know how when you eat sushi, there is the pickled ginger? You're supposed to eat the pickled ginger as a palate cleanser. This can be your palate cleanser in between little sunny bits of Hawaii. Is this a tiny little nook? No, okay. It's lantern time. Alright. Show me what we got to deal with. Is there anything on this wall here? If there's nothing on the wall, then we'll go back and check for stairs. If there are no stairs, well, then I'm not sure. Then I'm not sure what the plan is. Okay. Man, walking slow and walking into the wind, it's like, it's murder. It is brutality. Okay. If I was something cheeky, well, certainly this little pale thing, it has to lead somewhere. So there's got to be something below. Oh no, not another mountaineering rope. Don't tell me there's a mountaineering rope. No, you're not a mountaineering rock, are you? Please don't be a mountaineering rock. No! No! Okay, well. So much for my plans of finding a nice place to sleep tonight. I think we just go and find a nook in the wall over here and sleep. Because we are not going down with this much fatigue, or this much not fatigue as the case may be. We need to find a windbreak. We might even need to light a fire. But this looks like it might be a cheeky little spot over here. Okay. Give me the windbreak. Okay, good. So, extinguish. We're definitely going to have to eat the peaches.
So drained.
You see, I was hoping that whatever that pale lift system was, wasn't for going down. Okay. Here we go. And how screwed are we? We are actually not too bad. If we can sleep for 6, ooh, that's kind of rough. Calorie-wise. Okay, we'll sleep for 6 or for 5. And see how screwed we are. The wind is gone, but it should be getting colder too in the early morning. Okay. We are actually substantially over encumbered. And it'll be even worse when we pick up this. Oh, and we can also turn Noir off. Display. None. Come back. There. Okay. We pick up the bearskin bedroll. We head back and we see exactly what our weight deal is. We need to lose about 10 kilos. Well, we've got a bunch of firewood that I was hoping to be able to bring down. We need to be quick about this. First order of business, deploy the mountaineering rope. Yeah, the reason why I despaired is because I saw this mountaineering rope and I knew what was about to happen.
Useful.
And I saw this peak is usually what I look for to find a mountaineering rope. I was hoping, ooh, a grape soda. We can drink that for calories, actually. Have you ever drank a ruined grape soda just to get some calories in your belly?
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Okay. But I saw the rope there, and then I saw this shape, and I despaired. Okay, so that's a pretty good ways down. We need to drop, starting with all that, maybe even all our sticks. I think we're just going to have to trust that we can find something warm down there. We're going to have to be very aggressive about this. We have 2 cooking pots, so we can drop, actually, first things first. Where the hell are we? Okay. And the mine is all the way... Okay, so we are here. The mine is... So we're looking north. And there's the mine. Now the question, is there an easier way down and around and back? From all the way up here. Maybe if we follow all this down the... Ooh, but that's a long walk. But certainly there are things we can eat along the way. We'll find out. I think... No, I think we'll be coming back this way. I think we should come back this way. Assuming that this place is accessible from below. Which means I don't... Which means I can drop the cooking pots. I can drop the woodworking tools. I don't even know I was carrying those. And actually, before we lose it, let's get down. Okay. Risky climb of the day, honestly. Ah, delicious hydration. I haven't pushed it too far, but I am hoping that there's nothing like being too cold or too tired or too hungry while you're climbing that will lead him to actually fall off the rope. I suspect it's not possible, but I also suspect it's not impossible that it's possible. So I'm always a little bit worried when I do any climbing with any... That is a long way up. We're definitely going to have to make some coffee if we're going back. But for now, let's pick up some of these sticks. And that's a rabbit. Okay, we got rabbits. We got sticks. Do we hunt the rabbits? I kind of feel like maybe we should, but at the same time... Yeah, at the same time, I think let's put our eggs in the hopefully there's some food at the mine basket. I think that's the way to do it for now. Yeah, because eventually I think maybe I am planning to go back and get that moose. Remember the moose all the way back at the houses? Oh, and by the way, for all of you working at the mine, you have to climb up and down, you know, a 75-foot rope every day before and after. I wonder how much those guys were getting paid. What was that? Another hatchet, huh? I don't even know why I carry a hatchet around. Is there a fish? No, but I'll take the soda. And in fact, I'll drink it immediately. Oh man. You guys would not believe the spike in my heart rate when I was going up that one rickety bridge and he got stuck in the geometry because I was walking kind of slowly. I was sure that he was about to fall in between the slats. Okay, mining camp. This is pretty much empty. Was there... Surely we can follow the trail tracks, or the minecart tracks. Okay, here we are. We have our beautiful lantern. And of course, these miners must have kept a nice stash of food inside, right? Tink. Watch your heart rate jump when you cross those bridges. Yep. Yep. And I'm sure some people probably have, you know, those heart rate monitors. Okay, but really, the number... Ah. And I'm probably just going to immediately eat all these things. Because we hunger. Man, that took a long time to open. A surprisingly long time. Okay, and of course, the goat of canned food, dog food. Wrong species, but I suppose it's close enough. Okay. That's pretty good. Let's... And there's coal here too, and... Alright. I think it would be a good idea to grab some more firewood, hunt those rabbits, and get a little bit of extra food here before we head in. Maybe even try breaking down some of those boxes, see if there's anything nice inside. Alright. But for now... for now. I mean, this isn't so cold, right? It should be getting warmer. I think we'll be fine hypothermia-wise. I hope. See if we can maybe just find a quick little spot that is wind broken. Surely. There we go.
Cold
Okay.
is making my head feel thick.
So it's been a little bit more than 2 hours. Let's take a quick hydration slash stretch slash do some pull-ups break. And be back in somewhere between 3 and 5 minutes. And probably won't freeze to death in that time. I think we'll be all right. But I'll be back momentarily. Let's see how much the model spazzes out when I stand up. All right. I'm back, and we haven't frozen to death. So let me just unsteep this yerba mate. On account of hydration is very important. Oops. Oh, I accidentally flung a bunch of this stuff across. Well, that's a problem for future Yuchi. Okay, so we still need to sleep about 12 hours.
Never felt so cold in my life.
But we also kind of can't because we're starving. So. Okay, here's the strat. We go inside. We use that fire bin to make some fire-hardened arrows. We hunt the rabbits. We cook the rabbits. And then we eat the rabbits. And we can use that to maybe give us a little bit more longevity in this area. Okay, anything in the bin? Coal, huh? And where are you, sneaky back here? Accelerant, we don't need you. Okay, tons of matches. I don't need that because I'm already a master cook. Poor Bun Buns. I mean, it's true. It's true. I mean, it's the whole bakery. Eating all the buns. All right. Let's start the fire. We can toss a couple of coals on because I think there's probably going to be enough coal in the mine that we can use, basically that we won't be at a loss for coal. Even if we have this fire on and burning while we hunt. Not place. Okay, add fuel, coal. First order of business. Crafting. Arrows. What am I missing? Unless... I wonder if it's possible that you can't craft... Or do I not have enough sticks? I think you need 5 sticks. I don't have enough sticks. Okay, well... We'll be right back. Actually... Torch. Let's put a pin in that. We'll go pick up some more sticks. Probably shouldn't have sprinted. We don't exactly have the,
I'm so tired.
We don't exactly have the fatigue to support that. Okay, alternatively... How do I throw it? Whatever. I wonder if there are any stones. All I want is either a couple more sticks or some stones. How could there be neither of those things? I already did you. You know what else I could do with? I could do with a little fishing hut. Surely the miners must have done some fishing in their breaks, right? Man, this is brutal. All these trees and no little sticks? Actually, though, where's all the firewood? I mean, wood everywhere, but not a cord to burn. Yeah, I was lucky enough that you were feeling either generous or you decided that you didn't have enough arrowheads to put on all the birch sticks. But you did take all the marshmallow stalks, and I'll never forgive you for that. And this is sounding like it's a waterfall. A waterfall and not even a single rock? Okay, there's a dude. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Actually, though. There we go. Have to work this geometry. Jeez. A rifle cartridge and no rifle. Well, that's not the most useful thing. I think I saw something over here. I might be crazy. No, there's definitely nothing over here. Okay, so if you were a tiny stone, where do you think you would be? On Namek. Well, I don't think... Have they really destroyed all the stones on Earth? I guess someone could have wished that. I'm looking for a tiny little pixel that doesn't belong. Well, we did look out finding some sticks over underneath the rope. Let's see if we can replicate that success. Also, where did the rabbits go? They used to be here. Alright, scrub brushes. Scrub brushes means mad sticks. But I would like to not take the time to break it down. What I would like to take the time to break down is where these rabbits went. Actually, though. Okay, we just need one more stick. Surely, I must have missed a single stick. I don't see a single stick. Unless... Is that a footstep? Or... a piece of grass? That's a piece of grass. Nothing up here, nothing over there. Man, you're really gonna do me like that, aren't you? Alright, well, it is what it is. We have to use the hatchet. It's a shame. It's a shame. Okay. Yeah, that also kind of uses burn time, doesn't it? On the fire, I mean. The one inside. I mean, sticks are... You can't really help but pick them up. What are those? I think that's just a little bit of grass.
Goddamn freezing.
There is a problem, though. And that problem is... the rabbits have disappeared. Unless they're hiding in these buildings, I don't think they are. Okay. Just like the Lord, the rabbits have abandoned us. Am I going to play Black Frost when it comes out early access next year? You know, I might. I may indeed. But I also haven't planned that far ahead. Wait, don't tell me the fire also went out. We weren't out for 3 hours. So there... Wait, no, that's the exit. No! Okay. This is our curse. Alright, so... Wait, the fire didn't go out. Well, we couldn't see it. That's annoying. Very annoying. Okay. So many sticks. First we make some arrows. Because you never know. Ooh, excited about the new DLCs. I'll have to look into that. I don't have any of the DLCs. So I might need to take a peek into that. We need to drop a lot of things. Like a lot. You. Probably you too. I mean, in the meantime, might as well... Oh, no cooking pots because I dropped these guys, huh? Might as well do some water. Difficult and frustrating. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for, right? But what can we drop? We can drop a bunch of this water. And what else? Storm Lantern, we need it. Drop all the sticks. Drop so many things. So many birch saps, we'll never run out of arrows. What else, what else, what else? Flare. Probably hatchet too. I might regret that. Sewing kit. Okay, I think we're light enough. So that's 39 minutes. That's... I mean, we have 3 liters and sticks. I think it's alright even if that does boil off. Okay. But, 1, let's hope there isn't sudden aurora. And 2, we gotta go spelunking and hope we can find some food. Because we are thin. As the English would say, we are skint, bruv. Alright, what have we got over here? Let's, for now, follow to the right. And hope we've come up on something good. You know, I probably should have... Oh, if I was smart, I would have pulled torches from that fire. 1, to have them, and 2, so that the... Dude, got any food on you? So that the water wouldn't boil off. More rifle cartridges. Another heavy hammer. There had better be so many forges in this region that I haven't found yet. Because I dragged a heavy hammer all the way up here and I left it in Timberwolf Mountain. Just to have one close by in case we could forge some arrowheads. Oh, hello. Oh, we got some... Ooh. That is a crampon, not an improvised crampon. Okay, we can read that in a minute. But so far, kind of hoping for more food. Take the fuel, take the coal. Take the energy bar. Thank goodness for max technical. Hello. Sturdier backpack with all the bells and whistles. You can. Ooh. But can you double up with the moose hide satchel? That's the real question. No. That's depressing. Wait, hold on. Plus 15. Why is it plus 15? It should only be plus 10. Does it show up in your inventory? T is for technical. S is for storm. W's... Huh. I'm kind of confused. Because we shouldn't have a plus 15 carry weight, right? It should only be plus 10 from well-fed and from the moose hide. So... Oh, you just get the backpack, no need to equip. Okay. And more snow pants. I'm already have a filthy amount of... These guys all have the wrong caliber of bullets every single time. Alright, what you got? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to read it. Crumpled. Okay. Glad I had my good pack with me on this trip. Some chest pain on the trek past High Falls. Somebody had a heart attack. I expected that after the last surgery. Oh, somebody definitely had a heart attack. Just going to hunker down here until the storm passes. Tomorrow, high point at Wolf's Jaw and then head for home. Remember when you told me to keep thinking about backpacks? At the start of the stream, this is the backpack you were talking about. Well, this backpack, unfortunately, tomato soup, has yet to be seasoned with bear and wolf juices. So it's not ready quite yet for prime time. Soon it will be. Okay, this certainly is a coal bin, right? Supply bin. What could you have?
I could use
Useless,
this.
useless. Also, what is with this music? These strings are like saying, you're about to get jump scared. Yeah, permanent 5 kilogram carry bonus. Me gusta mucho. I am all about that. That's going to make it even easier to go back up that rope. Perhaps even with more swag. Okay, this is kind of hard to navigate. A little bit difficult. Okay. This is a large room, but it is... Okay, basically still a hallway. Now, the last the last mine I went in ended up looking like a tennis racket. In that there was one way in and one way out, but a loop in the middle. And the loop had some one-way stuff in it. I'm wondering if this is similar, or if this is more labyrinthine. So let's just keep an eye out. Okay, that's a dead end. This is a cheeky little sneak spot. Oh my goodness. I even feel like I walk faster. Despite having much lower carry weight. And that... Hold on now. Hold on. Why is there a hole here? This is not... There's not supposed to be a hole over here. And that... If I know anything, that's a one-way trip. And we're not doing that right now. We are not doing that right now. What we are doing is a charcoal. Every single time. I forget. Every time. Okay, so where the hell is this? This is probably right next to the memento mark, isn't it? Something about wolf, wolf, wolf. I mean, it's close. Not exactly where I thought it would be. Is there... It looks like there's just a cliff and no way around to the left. So, back to the mine. There was at least one path we didn't go down. And I want to see if those rabbits came back. Pesky rabbitses. Man, this is why storm lanterns are so nice in mines. For the longest time, I didn't carry them around. I thought oh, this is just a complete waste of carry weight. It's almost 2 kilograms. And I can just wait until daylight to see anything I want to see. But no, it turns out when you go underground, when you delve too deep and too greedily, a lantern that doesn't require a match to light is extremely useful. Alright, so here is the completely unuseful amphitheater-like room. We go down, maybe even... Let's see what the food and drink situation is. Maybe we even sleep in this bed for a few hours. I think we sleep in the bed for a few hours. That sounds like a really good idea to me. Okay. All these workbenches in the middle of darkness seem, I don't know, not the most useful. I will take the gloves because those can turn into cured leather. And cured leather can fix my gauntlets. Okay, bed. How much can we eat? How much can we drink? And then how long can we sleep? Yeah, so if those rabbits aren't back, we're going to have to choose a direction to go. I think maybe we go back the way we came. Because I left a bunch of stuff at the top of that rope. And I'm kind of loath to leave it behind. Yeah, see you around, Gecko. You lasted long enough to, I guess, see us acquire the stash. Let's sleep for... Yeah, 8 hours is kind of rough, and it's going to put us at nighttime, but... Well, we're going to need the storm lantern anyway. Yeah, honestly, I thought... Of course, this has got to be some kind of a one-off throwaway region. Surely I'll be able to explore the whole thing in one... Oh, hold on. Can we see? Surely we'll be able to explore the whole thing in one stream. It turns out, no. Very much no. Okay, now we can't see. All I remember is that there's a bunch of water.
Freezing.
Oops. Delicious yerba mate. Okay. This is the path we didn't take. And it looks like a short one. But I don't mind picking up firewood. Actually, it's so short it's a complete dead end. Oop. Okay, so that backpack actually makes life substantially easier. To the point where as long as we can get a good sleep off and have enough food afterwards, we might not even need to leave anything other than some firewood behind. Container, did this boil off? It didn't boil off. Excellent. We can leave one of those. Let's pick up the rest of this.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Because I'm coming to believe that we are done with this mine. It seemed like it was just a straight way through. I'm pretty sure it was just a straight way through. Okay. Turn this off. Refill it. But because I think we're going to come back, let me leave it here. So first refuel. And that also helps with the carry weight. And second, just put this on one of these crates. There we go. Hope I remember that it's there. And that sounds like an aurora. Actually, I'm not too bad about the aurora because that means that maybe... So we were here. I think we did do a charcoal over... I don't think we did a charcoal at the waterfall over here. Let's do a charcoal over at the waterfall. Surely the aurora doesn't turn the rabbits into
Might have to drop some gear.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail rabbits. I think. We're still pretty over encumbered. The hell is that noise? Okay, so this isn't great. And by this I mean I'm still not seeing the rabbits. This waterfall looked pretty impassable if I remember. If that is the case, we charcoal and leave. If it's not the case, and it's a way down, I might even hunt a wolf, honestly. Okay, what have we got going on here? Alright, this looks definitely impassable. Pop a char. Yeah, that was nice. Okay. Char popped. Back to the mine. Not inside, but just outside. I'll drop as much as I can. Then we should be able to get to the rope with our max carry capacity still. It's going to be a ways up the rope. Actually, I might even pop an energy drink at the bottom because that's tall and we don't have a lot of stamina. I think that's a good idea. And then we'll head up and head back to the lodgings. And eventually head back, I think, to the retreat where all of our food is. Either that, or maybe we hunt the moose. If we hunt the moose, that would make life a lot easier up here. Assuming the moose is still there. Man, walking against the wind, absolutely brutal. Here are the sticks. Where were those sticks earlier? Rude. Absolutely rude. Nope, let me over. Alright. This is a good place to drop stuff because it's visible. Water. Kind of want to drop the revolver. We'll see. Firewood. Drop lots of firewood. Lots of firewood. Actually, this extra 5 kilos of carry weight is so decadent. Wow. I mean, I know we're low on food and water, but still. Alright. It's wabbit season. Where are the wabbits? I'd even be okay with some vampire rabbits. But it seems they've all gone away. Alright. This is going to be quite painful, I think. To the point that I think there's actually a good chance we run out of food before we make it back. It's not the end of the world, but it is inconvenient. Alright. Let's remember. Drink this delicious ruined energy drink. And now that I'm on cocaine, we climb like a madman. Yeah, we would be going at a snail's pace by now if we just had regular fatigue. That was a very good idea. You see, this is why I never use expendable potions until it's absolutely necessary. You know, I had forgotten that I picked up all this junk, or I dropped all this junk up here. And this is just a bunch of firewood, isn't it? Let's get the flares. Okay. We're still walking pretty fast. Alright. So, we are, where are we? About here. We go into... Oh, hold on, interesting. If I go around this edge, I think I'll end up at that... Brilliant. That means that this exit here, let's confirm that. I think that exit is a way back without climbing. Which way is it? This way. I might end up regretting this, but let's just confirm that. How much overweight are we? Not super overweight. Actually, I think I'll just choose to believe that. Okay. Hoover up a couple saps along the way. Okay, well that's actually very good to know. That one-way trip. I don't remember going up that much in the mine though, but I guess, well, maybe it's just a little bit of movie magic. I guess it's just a long way back, a long walk. Wait, there was a cave here the whole time? I don't think I found this cave on the way over. I would have slept here if I knew it was there. Oh, this cave keeps going.
Just need to close
Whoa.
my eyes.
Oh, headache, that's right. Headache makes sense, that's fine. Expected. Right, it's a deep cave. Nothing good. Alright, that's fine. Hey, have fun cooking, Chelsea. I have a feeling that I'll be cooking not so long in the future myself. Yeah, don't die. The eternal mantra. Okay. I think the exit's this way. And the Aurora is over. Good. Carry weight's still kind of rough though, huh? I don't know if I dare sleep for much longer. Alright, 2 hours. This is going to be tight if it happens at all. Delicious tea. Okay. It's becoming dawn. That's good. Crows. Oh, wise crow. What do you see? Let's think. The only thing to worry about on the way back is those terrible bridges. And there's like a bajillion of them. But I also think it's mostly downhill, which is very nice. No ropes. Let's see. Did we leave food? I'm trying to think of where we left any food.
Looks like I survived another night.
I don't think we left any food in the foreman's house. I think we left a little bit of food on the ground. Oh my. Wait, hold on. What's this? What? How did I walk by this in the middle of the night?
This will come in handy.
Snow pants, energy drink, flare. Okay, well, there's about 10 bajillion ropes. Not this. We want this. And what is a good rope symbol? I guess this is fine.
I could eat a horse.
Cannot map. You know what? Your low visibility conditions. Okay. I don't know anywhere I would put that rope, though. We'll see. Okay, through the hole. I think we're... I kind of wish I could put a charcoal here. But it said low visibility, but come on now. All right, that was probably worth it. I will never understand what this game considers to be low visibility for the purpose of spray paint and low visibility for the purpose of charcoal. Okay. Let's climb down. Ka-chunk. And ka-chunk. Hop. All right. A whole bunch of nothing. A stick. The heck was that? Oh, that was a sneeze. Oh man. If that's not a little bit ominous... I don't know what is. Alright, I think we're going to end up all the way down there eventually. There is so much. Okay, we're climbing around. Wait, no, hold on. Climbing around, or here. I think we're here. Probably. So we'll cross first, and then maybe pop one. Yeah, we are definitely right around here. Okay. Okay. This is certainly not OSHA approved. Dead end over there. and Walk of Faith over here. Man, this swaying. Oof. Oof. I did not like how that dropped down just a tiny bit. Oh, now I'm bumping on something. I don't like this one bit. Ooh, tight. Tight. All right, we heard the woo. We are across this bridge. Let's turn in here. We can pop one more charcoal. Might not be super useful, but it will make me feel better. Yeah, right about here, I'd say.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Yeah, that'll do. That will do, but now we are definitely not making it back without starving a little bit. Oof. Guess that's why hard hats are necessary. All right. We're walking over here. Do we take the time to get the saps? I think we do. On account of, well, there's really just the one rope back. We have a bunch of survival bows.
All this gear is slowing me down.
The saplings are probably completely superfluous. But hey, you never know. Yeah, this is quite high up, I think. But much nicer to traverse in the daytime. Even with all this creepy fog, it is still somewhat nice. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Okay, here is another rope bridge. I thought the next was the wood bridge. Crows somewhere, probably below. Not my problem. And what are you? Are you random matches sitting on the ground? Why are there matches everywhere? Oh. Now, come on. If you saw this in real life, would you cross it? I wouldn't. But sometimes you have to. Jesus. Oof. Tell me I'm not about to cross into the afterlife. Okay, I'm starting to trust these gaps a little bit. A little bit. Yeah, maybe next time we'll do it on a clear day. Okay, here we are. Actually, no. That's where we spent the night. Couple of saps. Let's hoover up these saps. At this point, there's no way to get back without losing well-fed. We're about to lose it imminently. So let's grab all the saps. We can bring those back. Did I leave anything over here? I don't think I did. Not food-wise anyway. We can bring those back and start curing them eventually. Yeah. I could feel that slowdown. Okay, let's think here. How far could we really be?
I think my stomach is eating itself.
That's exactly what's happening. Okay, we're probably right here. And we want to end up here at Miner's Folly. I think there's maybe like... Is it just the one bridge here? It might be just the one bridge. Now, if you recall, there is a bear cave right here along the path. Hopefully the moose will still be scaring the bear away. But it is a thing to be very careful of after we cross this wood bridge. And with all this fog, it's not like we're going to exactly have a very good way to see the bear before we get right up on it. I think it might actually be a good idea, even starving, to nap for a little bit. Just a little bit. Get a little bit of the carry weight back, a little bit of the speed back. And hopefully, well, I was going to say hopefully get this fog out of here, but we're not so lucky. Actually, if 2 hours is only that much damage, health damage, I mean, let's do another one. Okay. Pick you up. Yeah, this is a little bit faster. All right, there's our rope bridge. And yes, hold on. That's a cave over there. We'll check that out later. Wait, rope bridge. I mean, wood bridge. Where's the wood bridge? Here's the wood bridge. Yeah, over to the left is, I don't know what that is, but over to the right, I think, is where we want to be going. I think. Oof. Watch out on the right there. I did not remember there being a hole. Wait, don't tell me that's another mountaineering rope. This place is absolutely filthy with them. Okay. Over the middle. Stay on the high planks, or we'll get stuck. Come on. Oh. Yeah. Okay. 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 Good. Yeah, I want to say I think we came around from this direction. I think we did, but I also think that there's at least one more bridge to cross. Couldn't be right about that, could I? Well, we'll see. We will slowly but surely see. Yeah, losing well fed is rough. Okay. But these platforms do make me feel safe. Look, you can't even see through them. They're solid. Not a chance of falling. I'm listening. I'm listening carefully. We're not walking so fast that we can just pretend that there are no bears anywhere. Okay, so I'm looking down here. I'm not seeing any stalking bears, which means as long as the bear cave is empty, I think we're good on that front. I also forgot to put a mark where that rope was. Okay, this is looking clear. Yeah, that's just a skeleton. I was wondering if that was always there. Turns out the answer is yes. 3 fire hardened. If there are rabbits, we hunt those directly and we cook them as soon as we can. That should give us time to figure out what to do with this moose. But moose-wise, is that a rabbit? No, that's the first bone I saw. Moose-wise, I think between the revolver and having this many arrows, we should be able to figure out some way to deal with them. It looked like there were enough rocks that we could kind of shimmy onto, that we could maybe attack from afar. Alright, let's go. Come on. You can walk faster than this. I know you're tired. I know you're starving. But you can work those little legs. Alright. The deer were in the middle. The rabbits were past the deer, and the moose was to the left of the deer. The left and far enough that I don't think it should sneak up on us if it is still there. Yeah, those are deer shapes, right? Yeah. Anything interesting in your burned down house? No. Just a shack. Okay, now where did I see that moose? Was it up there? Or was it past the buildings to the right? I kind of remember it being up there. Unless it was through one of these little keyholes. Oh, I just heard some kind of noise beyond that rock right there. And it didn't sound like a deer. Oh yeah. I'm coming for you. In fact, that rock might be the place we're coming from. But we'll have to check the other side to see if it's accessible by the moose. Alright, and rabbits. What is that? Probably some grass. If I were a rabbit, where would I be hiding? I would be perhaps underneath all these rocks? Yes. What's up, buddy? Hey guys, all 4 of you? All in one spot? Conveniently? Okay, for real, usually I'm trash at hunting rabbits, but we're starving this time, so maybe we can actually do something. Why are they all running away? Come back. Alright, for one. First time. First time. For 2. Oh my goodness. And now this is a tough one. Double it. Miss. Alright. Okay. First order of business. Oh, what's up, Lone? You've returned. So the way that brains work, sometimes things just take a little bit of time to move. There's some inertia there. So don't worry about it too much. As long as things are moving I always miss the rabbit's high. As long as things are moving in the direction that you want them to, then you're in good shape and it's just a matter of time. All right, now this guy surely is too dumb to live. Okay, but in other news,
Nobody needs this anymore.
Lone, I'm in the process of starving. and trying to not do that. Hence why I'm being so mean to all these cute little animals. What kind of a noise was that? I just heard some kind of a honk noise on the other side of this building. I think it's a deer. But there is a moose in the vicinity. And moose will mess you up if you're not careful. But I think it's a deer. Yeah, so Lone, I think last time you were here, so it's not, the goal isn't to hunt. It's not like one of those, surely you've heard of like Cabela's Hunter, what have you games. It's more of a post-apocalyptic survival game. So for example, you need to either find scrap wood or sticks to light fires. If it's during the day, you can use a magnifying glass. Otherwise, there's matches, there's fire strikers. But basically, the premise is, and this is a survival mode of the game, the premise is you're in Canada for whatever reason, and there's some sort of apocalyptic solar event that basically does an electromagnetic pulse and fries everything electronic in like the entire world. So no electronics work. And you're stuck in like cold Canada. And the question is, you know, how to survive. And hunting is one of the better ways to get food. You can find a bunch of food like candy bars and I don't know what else, canned food in houses and places like that. But long term, hunting is the best way to do it. So for example, I'm going to start this fire. I'm going to start cooking those rabbits. Actually, the first thing I need to do is harvest the rabbits. We throw a couple of firewoods here, just so the fire doesn't burn out while I'm working. And we're going to harvest these guys. Ignore the red stuff. And once we harvest, we throw these shrimps on the Barbie. All right. And let's go. Let's go. When it's just kind of like a raw piece of meat, you actually can place it directly on the grill, like if you were doing barbecue. But everything cooks a little bit faster when you put it in a cooking pot. It's just slightly more efficient. Yeah. See, our food bar is basically empty. All right, harvest. Last time you were here, we were in a different region, but we finished up with that region, and I just entered this current one. And I'm basically in the process of exploring it. You're almost ready. In the process, this region, it's called Ash Canyon. I'm sure that by the moniker Canyon, you can imagine that it's much more up and down vertical. Like going up and down the sides of the canyon is a big part of the traversal. I mean, yeah, it can be, for someone who's starving, anything is delicious. And one more to harvest. Yeah, there's not a lot of meat here. Not a lot of meat in a rabbit, as you might imagine. But we entered in the southern portion of this region. I'll open the map in a second and show you. Cook. Okay, we entered down here by these arrows. And I brought a lot of food along with me. The problem is this area down here with the water, it's all in the bottom of the canyon. And to go somewhere else, I had to go up this climbing rope. And you can't carry very much when you go up a climbing rope. And there's another climbing rope over here that I had to go up and eventually walk around, and we're right here now. We're here at this place called Miner's Folly. This little orange square is a mark that I put on that house over there. It lets you put things on the map so you don't forget where they are. But this is pretty far away from the rest of the base. And I intended to sort of quickly set up kind of base here. But before I did that, I decided to do a short little detour for exploration. And that detour took us across a bridge here, across a plateau, across a bridge, around some cliffs, across a bridge, through some cliffs, down a hole, into a mine. And I actually found a very good backpack in that mine that makes it easier to carry things. So my carrying capacity is actually now a little bit higher than it was before. But I practically ran out of food on the way back. And that leads to some problems. More on that in a while. But two things. One, now we hunted these rabbits. We can be fed for at least a little bit. Not very long, but at least a little bit. But two, there's a moose on the particular plateau that this base is on. And I want to hunt that moose. Problem is that hunting a moose, I'm sure you can imagine, is not as easy as hunting a rabbit. We can drop this firewood. See the carry weight in the top left corner? Assuming you're not on mobile, is we're quite over encumbered right now. So we walk slower than we otherwise would. Which means I actually want to drop things if I can. Things that I probably won't be needing. For example, a bunch of these flares. And even that heavy hammer. And even, well, the revolver might be useful for the moose later. Okay. And now, for example, we can walk a lot faster. Now, the deer are here. In principle, I could hunt the deer. But for this current playthrough, I've actually gotten in the habit of not hunting any deer. So I'm going to try to avoid that if I can. Instead, there's a moose somewhere up in these hills. There's the moose, right there. What I'm trying to do right now is find a cheeky little spot where I can shoot at the moose, but the moose can't come and charge me. That little, the top of that rock, the low bit, might be promising. I want to see if this rock is climbable. If I can get onto this rock and the moose can't, that would be perfect. The only question is how steep the left side of this rock is. If it's not steep, the moose can walk up it. If it is steep, I don't think the moose can walk up it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Because the snow goes there, I think the moose could probably get up there. So, next thing to try. Can we get up here? I don't think so. So I don't think this rock is going to be a good choice. So the next order of business, can we get up the rock that we're looking at right now? So that's what's up with me, Lone. I don't know what's up with you, but hopefully things are maybe a little bit less dangerous than moose hunting. A K-pop star, you're about to go on camera, so you'll become a little bit, goes horribly wrong and makes me see others making me maul the interviewer. That sounds like the intro or the premise to a new anime. Alright, can we climb up this somehow? I think this might be a little bit risky. Ooh, I was not expecting to make it up this far. I'm kind of worried about breaking an ankle here, but it's worth it. Okay, no. We'll try that again. So we go around to the left and then to the right. First is, can we get up here? Yes. Second is over here. Okay, good. And is there anywhere we can stand here? Not really. Don't like... Okay, bump, bump, and... Okay, perfect. Now, surely the moose can't chase us up here. Okay. But that is kind of a long shot. One, it's a long shot, and even if we hit, there's no guarantee that the moose goes down in one. So let's aim probably higher than I think I need to. Maybe about here. and look very carefully. Nope, he moved. Let's look very carefully to see where this arrow lands. Up. Oh, wow. I don't think you're normally supposed to be able to do that in one shot. The last time I hunted a moose, it must have taken 12 or 13 hits to bring it down. Well, you won't hear me complaining. Just like that bear from before. It was all part of the plan. Okay, so the one downside for that moose being taken care of is I'm a little bit concerned. There's 100% a bear cave over to the left here. I'm suspecting that the bear didn't appear because the moose is here. But now that the moose is gone, I'm worried that the bear will appear. But we'll see. For now, I'm pretty sure this meat was worth it. When you have a new friend, but he has the same sense of humor as your hate bestie who killed your dog in Minecraft, so you kindly give him some happy fun times. Okay, moose. First order of business is actually check these areas over here, see if there's anything interesting. And not really. Okay. I'm very glad about this. Get the arrow. I'm not even mad that it broke. And that's a lot of moose. Okay, so... hunting knife, or can we freehand this? I guess we need to use the hunting knife. There are enough hunting knives floating around. I don't mind burning condition on this one. In fact, getting 15 kilograms here is probably only going to take about 1% condition. Making these abbreviations and what is kind of innuently even mean. Well, it could be like a, I don't know, dyslexia thing.
Feels like night is coming.
Does anyone else does anyone else hear the music for an aurora? I hear the music for an aurora. It is a good thing we dealt with that moose. Let's actually put some of this food on the ground. It's a good thing we dealt with that moose before we had to deal with a bath salts moose. Can you imagine being stuck on this plateau with a moose on bath salts? That would be absolutely ridiculous. Alright, we limp back to home. In fact, this could be a new base with all that meat. We limp back to the fire. We hope it's still going. If it's not still going, well, yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of... It's either an aurora or it's a defect in the monitor. I think it's an aurora. We start cooking this meat. It looks like we're going to have another night of cooking. We'll see. Yeah, with all this meat, in fact, this location here, I think, is sufficiently close to the previous base that I think we can probably take all this meat, or most of it, leave some here, of course, but take a bunch of it over to the mine. Oh yeah, that is some high quality HQ Aurora. And we've been picking up matches hand over fist, so I'm not even mad if I have to use another one. Alright. Let's go. Let's do this. Come on. Walk faster. If only you could walk so slowly. Alright. Water. Love it. Fire barrel out. That's fine. We drink some water, drop a whole bunch of stuff, and let's sleep. For two reasons. First reason, get our carry weight back. Second reason, maybe align our cook sleep schedule a little bit better with not being completely nocturnal. Yeah, this is okay. Oh man, that is a loud aurora noise. Oh, I heard... Okay, that's a deer. Okay, so not only is the aurora gone, that was only a deer. We're safe. That squeak was strange. I would like to butcher the rest of this moose. My one concern for butchering it all in one go, my one concern here is the bear appearing and deciding that it wants to have some of it. Surely, though, the bear wouldn't just decide to appear mere hours after a moose was taken out. Surely. Alright. Moose. Frozen. Give me all your moose. All of it. Every last moose of it. Waking up every morning, you know you're going to see the same thing and see everyone on social media try to one-up the other and look cool while the people in charge of your country eat babies all day. Yeah, I mean, it's like bread and circuses, right? Bread and circuses. As long as the people have those two things.
Pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Let's drop some of this stuff. As long as the people have those two things, they'll be quite happily mollified. That's how it goes, right?
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
Okay, actually, let's drink a little before we actually succumb to dehydration. Oh, I think the new backpack has a new zipper sound. Taking unknown white powder is low-key helping you make these stories. Unknown white powder, huh? I too enjoy confectionery sugar. Although usually only in an icing, like on a cake or a cupcake. Off the top of my head, I can't really think of many other uses for confectionery sugar. Oh, did I even forget to drop the... I might have forgotten to drop the meat. I don't remember. That was an important thing to do. Okay, that sounds like a deer noise. I don't trust a bear to not enter this barn. It looks like it's a large enough entrance. Okay, so we do have meat. We do have water. I think we start the fire again. We start the meat. Yeah, that's a good idea. We start cooking and we start hoofing things back and forth. Because I think we should be able to do a round trip as long as we drop enough things in the time it takes for one meat to cook. Just need to remember not to let the fire bot die. Okay, 4 hours. Let's actually stay here because I want to eat the meat before I starve. And in the meantime, we can harvest a rabbit or two. Yeah, maybe just one skin. Okay, this is going to be cutting it pretty close. Whew. I think we might have been down to single digi calories there. Okay, now I'm feeling invincible. Good. Drop all you. Drop all you. When your son's first words are papa and not tung 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 sahur, so you decide to teach him a little lesson. Well, you can't let that insolence go unanswered. And just so we can carry a little bit more, let's dump a bunch of this stuff in here. Like a bunch of it. Oh man, look at all these saplings. I didn't even realize we had so many. And I also didn't remember how heavy a moose hide is. That was very heavy. Okay. Now we should be much quicker. And dawn is almost eponymous. Okay, deer noises, very nice. I still don't know which way is the fastest way to get to the moose. The north side or the south side of this rock? I think it's probably the other side. It's a close call, though. Alright. I thought I saw something under this tree trunk. I guess it was just that grass. Oh well. That was a strange noise. Okay. Meat. Meat.
Kinda heavy.
Now that you think about it, sushi is pretty easy to make at home. Well, if by sushi you just mean sort of a slice of raw fish, as long as it's high enough quality that you can trust it to be edible without cooking. Also, is this a cave here? Well, we can check that later. As long as you can trust it to be edible without cooking, yeah, I guess you really do just need to slice it up. But when it comes to making the roll sushi or the sushi on the rice, that's a little bit more involved. Just because making sushi rice has a couple of extra steps, and making the rolls has a couple of extra steps beyond that, especially if you're doing more than just fish, rice, seaweed. But if you're just doing the fish on rice or just the fish, you're definitely right. It is pretty easy. I guess the hardest thing would be finding fish fresh enough. Okay. And of course, I forgot that I left this cooking. Hopefully it didn't burn. Alright, it's not even finished all the way. Perfect. Right, we have all the meat.
It's starting to weigh me down.
All the water, all the rabbits, all the gut. This is actually a pretty good situation to be in, I think. There's lots of arrowheads we can make, or that we can get from harvesting. There's lots of arrow shafts we can make from all that birch. Yeah, this is pretty good, actually. And we already have a bunch of crow feathers. That's like, what is it? 5 crow feathers per arrow, or is it 3? At any rate, it's enough. Definitely enough. All right, pick you up, pick everything up, we'll drop the water, and to pass the time, we can finish harvesting our cute little rabbit friends. 39 minutes on you, and you, no tool, 28, perfect.
Goodness.
1 out of 4.
Made it through another night.
Again, we're just channeling our inner Gordon Ramsay. But we're multitasking as well. 28, 50, 56 is not too far over. I hope. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. 2 more rabbits. And let's also definitely make sure we don't let the fire burn out. what's the best use of mayonnaise is the question. Let me think. I can think of a few. But let me think, what is the best use? Now, again, I'm going to reserve my right to change my mind at a later date. But right now, I will say the best use of mayonnaise is probably to dip baked cauliflower into. It can be either baked cauliflower or artichoke. I think I'll go with that. Yeah, I think I'll go with that for now, unless I think of something better. And I dare you to come up with a better idea. I don't think it's possible. Best use of mayonnaise. I very rarely use mayonnaise. So perhaps I'm not actually the best person to ask about that. And the final harvest. Okay, surely it must feel gross to harvest something with your hands. I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. All right, cook. We're cooking, Jesse. So it's 46 minutes per. Call it 40 on account of the cooking speed up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 batches. 8 counting the one, 8.5 counting the one on the Barbie. 40 minutes a pop is like 8 hours minus 8 times 20 is... It's something like 6 hours of cook time. I think we have enough burn time here. But I'm also going to want to make some more water. Should be fine. Okay. We speed things up.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
And let's check the time. I wonder if we can last... It's noon. I wonder if we can last through until dusk and sleep till dawn. Let's try for that. It might be a long shot, but we'll try for it. And here's the rhythm game. Slurp. Cook, cook. It's still 3.5 hours. Getting a little bit low on burn time here.
I'm too tired to think straight.
And there's no end to the moose meat in sight. All right, here's the end to the moose meat in sight. It still might be a little close. All right, what do we got? An hour 35 and 4. I think we're good. In fact, not only do I think we're good, I think we can sneak in a cheeky 1.5 liters of water here. Okay. And it's dusk. And we only suffered a little bit from being overtired and overworked. Oh man. Look at us slowly dragging our body towards the storage bin. Painfully. Suffering. Come on, give it to us. Give it to us. Just give it to us. Oh, come on now. There we go. Nail the corner. So, outside storage. Great place to put some meat. Let's take back the things that we want to take back. Heavy hammer can stay. Lantern fuel we can take. All this stuff we can take.
Carry.
And now we have room for more meat. And more water. Inside. Actually, even more water. That's not water, that's meat. You know what I mean. Alright. Cooking pot, take. Cooking pot, take. And that can burn out. We need some more water. We'll get the charcoal.
The sun's setting.
I think that was a deer noise.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Water. Drink. And we can pop inside, take a nap, drop all of the curables. Drop all of the curables and anything we would want to have. Anything we would want to be left behind in this base. Bandages, tackle, nothing to make. Nothing to drop here. It's kind of rough, huh? Okay. And we're off. One step at a time. One shuffling step at a time. My money says that by the time we wake up, the bear will have arrived. Might have to deal with that too. We'll see. Alright, Crow's gonna call. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. You know what they say? They do say, every day we shuffling. And that sounds like a deer. So not our problem.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Okay. We drink. We eat. Actually, we probably should have done it in opposite order. Yeah. Just so we don't lose any health during the night. Sleeping for. Assuming there's space on the ground here. Oh, I saw the pixel. Give me the pixel back. Oh, there we are. Sleeper 12. Burn 810 calories, get all of our health back. Finally, we're stabilized. Finally, we're stabilized, and I feel like we can really, once we get the water situation settled, we can really explore pretty aggressively. We've done a bunch of these upper areas. We'll have to go down in the valleys eventually. I wonder if this is all connected. It's all connected. It's all connected. It's not a conspiracy. But actually, all right. It is just after dawn. It sounded windy outside. There might be bad weather. Oh, this is pretty nice, actually. All right. But like I promised, we'll actually drop all of the curables
I'm
here.
not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
All these. All these. All the fresh rabbit pelts. All the saplings. And we can keep the scrap metal. Let's think. Scrap metal is good for four things for me right now. One, repairing certain tools, like hacksaw, like simple tools don't repair, like the storm lantern. If we go back during an aurora to the prison, it's good for repairing hunting knives and hatchets, but those are pretty high condition, and there's also a bunch of spares lying around that I haven't picked up. It's good for making crampons and repairing them. And it's also good for making hooks, which you combine with line made from gut to make fishing tackle. And I think there may be a couple of fishing spots around here, but for now, we are good on the moose meat. Very good on the moose meat. 2 snow pants, huh? Snow pants are quite good. Well, we can drop some of these. Okay, that's a moose hide. At least for now. Drop some of this clothing. Okay, so these are proper crampons. Are they repairable? They are. They're repairable with 2 scrap metals and simple tools. My suspicion is that these crampons, traction for your feet, rope climbing drains less stamina, sprains are less frequent, and you can travel with more confidence over weak ice. I think these are better than improvised crampons. I feel like you should be able to repair improvised crampons, but at least for now it doesn't give them the option. But here, the regular crampons, as long as we don't let these guys fully break. Take off. Wait, can I not? How do I wear them? How do I wear them? Can I not wear them? Okay, this is somewhat confusing. Repair? Action? Nope, not drop. Not drop, come back. You. Actions, repair. Unless. Can we wear here? Aha. For whatever reason, we had to take these off and drop them before this would show up. Alright, at any rate. Good. We'll wear these for now. What will we do after the final region? Well, I'm thinking there are a few challenges. I think I'm going to look into the challenges and see if they have a hard mode. I want to try them on the hard mode. Okay. So these crampons, the proper crampons, we're going to have to keep these alive. Don't want to lose these. I think they're going to be quite good. Improvised crampons, we can drop these somewhere. Probably down at the... What was that called? The homestead? Here, the homestead respite base. But for now, we are still pretty substantially over-encumbered here. What is taking up all this weight? Surely all these flares are taking up a bunch of weight. And the revolver. We don't need to keep the revolver around. Put everything in the locker. Stump remover, that's useless here, unless we find an ammo workbench. But I suspect the closest ammo workbench is going to be over in Blackrock. So the stump remover, we want to start moving back out of this region. Keep this. We can drop mini flares and a couple of marine flares. Drop the revolver, a couple recycled cans. Drop a torch and a bow. The woodworking tools, do we leave those up here or do we bring those down? I'm of 2 minds. If we decide, well, let's try to bring them down at least part way. Just for slight convenience. What else can we drop? Clothing can go in. Medical's fine. Stick, that's fine. We're so close to being under-encumbered. Well, I guess we can get some food and water. Those we can drop at the top of the rope if we want to go down. It wouldn't be a huge loss to leave them behind. Okay. So water, let's be a little bit careful.
Too heavy.
And food, let's... We can leave one of these spray cans up here too. Because we're still not so... Once we get well fed back, then we'll be good. But until then, we're walking a little bit light. Medium-term plan is to start moving some of this food from here all the way over to the mine, or maybe we'll see what's down this climbing zone. Why did old video game movies just have the characters' names from the game and nothing else was similar? You mean like the Resident Evil movies? That's the first thing that comes to mind for me. And it's because the director wanted to make their own film and they just wanted to sort of glom onto a pre-existing audience. Is probably what happened. Okay. You're curing. What was I going to drop in here? I was going to drop the spray can. Yeah, the Resident Evil movies are just fan fiction, pretty much. Pretty much. I would say that's a very accurate way to put it. Or way of describing them. Alright, what else would be good? I suppose we can put the crampons here, just in case. Alright, so now we go back towards the homestead, which is, I think, this way. This way. This way. Hey, what are those red things? Is that just weird shaped grass? I think it's just weird shaped grass. Well, let's see. So we'll head back. We'll pop a couple of charcoals on the way back that I missed. Yeah, this is just weird shaped grass, isn't it? Yeah. And then we'll head back down. We will repair the rabbit hat because the only thing we were missing was gut. And I think we dropped enough rabbit skin to repair it down there. And I think from there, let's start exploring the valley. Because I think the valley is going to have some... It's either going to be completely traversable, in which case we can walk all the way over here and then climb up, you know, wherever we'd like. Or there are going to be some waterfalls that are not traversable. But we'll see. Doom is playable on pregnancy tests now. That's silly. Very silly. But hey, I guess if it does well enough, it's something that people might do for fun. Make it playable on something ridiculous, I mean. We just crossed here. Yeah, we need to go up here and then in this area. Past the cave. I think I know approximately where that is. Up. I don't remember there being any wolves here the last time we came. I feel like it's too small a location for wolves. But I also wouldn't put it past them to appear. Okay, looking good. I think we are in this area. Yeah, we'll eventually hit the cave on the left. Unless we already did. Maybe I wasn't paying enough attention. But for now, hang around to the right. Yes, this is looking more and more familiar. And that's looking suspiciously cave-like. Okay, so that's where we are. Listen for ooze, don't hear ooze. Okay. Alright, now we want to skew left here. Right now we are somewhere around here. So we skew left and maybe go, there's like a little nook that we can take. We'll have to keep our eyes out. Yeah, that was an extremely distant aloo. Extremely distant. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Around to the right here, there was a bridge we didn't cross. Let's check that out real quick. Just quick hop over and back. Surely it can't take more than 15 minutes. Because over there, I think that is where we came in from. I don't think there's anything else on this plateau. Well, let's check this bridge out. If I can find it again. Maybe it's up here. I don't see it down there. Where is this? Is it over here? Okay, that's an... Is this another rope? It is another rope. Let's put the rope sign. Just to help us remember. Now, there was another rope somewhere over here, but it was too foggy. So the sign didn't show up. Yeah, that bridge has got to be this way, right? Somewhere. Surely. Oh, I think I heard some creaking. There we are. Okay, this looks like another way down to the left area. Yeah, okay. Take some sticks. It is quite cold right now. And cross with great care. Oof. Man, this swaying, even in this wind. Woof. Oof. Even the bumping on the geometry, I don't like it. I do not like it one bit, Sam, I am. Okay. Is there anything interesting here? I think we're here. High meadow. Certainly is a high meadow. If I were a Vista, I would be on one of these little ledges here. Like, for example, this one. Let's pop a char. Again, if this ends up being a Vista, I'm going to be a very, very salty boy. Okay, not bad. It might still be worth it doing one from the other side of this meadow. Might.
My fingers feel numb.
Oof. Take all the saps. Every last sap. Alright, anything good in these corners? I wonder if there will be a climb spot.
Gear.
I suspect not, because I think it would have been revealed if there was one up here. Okay. There's one over there. Oops. Did not mean to drop fresh moose meat cooked. Oof. Top of that tree. No like. Alright, pop a char. And let's see what is across the way. So across the way is over here, I think. Which means that is a different climbing zone. It's already got a rope. That's good. That bit... Oh, hello. So we got another... Hey, hold on. How didn't you get put on the map? Surely from here... Oh, I didn't even realize how cold it was.
So cold.
Okay, there we go. Might have to check that spot out.
For a bit.
I don't see any... Yeah, let's head back to the homestead. I don't see any non-roped climbing rocks. Not currently, anyway. Oop.
Too cold to think.
Too cold to think. It's okay, you don't have to think. You just need to tell me where the climbing spot, huh? Where does this go? Now I'm curious. Perhaps it goes down to the lower area. The one that we just surveyed.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Do I do another charcoal here at risk of getting hypothermia? I think I do. Okay. So that is... Oh, hello. Look at how cute you are, little cabin. You must be... cabin with a memento cache. And I wonder how far down that rope goes. Okay. Still not too hypothermic. But now it really is time to move on. Let's see how lightweight we can be. Because this might be the next place to jump off from. Jump off metaphorically speaking, of course. Surely there's something up here. What are you circling over? Could it be? Hello. Give me a crow feather. Give me another crow feather. Give me a third crow feather. And give me a hunting rifle. That's actually a pretty good hunting rifle. 85%, not bad. But does he have revolver rounds?
Could end up being
No, he actually has rifle cartridges, for once. For once. The only question is, do we leave the rifle up here, or do we bring it down with us? One way or another, we're going to have to take it past the climbing rope. And I'm not sure what the correct answer is. I think maybe we take it down. Oof. I do not like the swaying of the bridge. Every time I do not like it. Ooh, I don't like the bumping of whatever that was. Ooh. Okay. To the rope. Yeah, this is going to be at least 2 trips, isn't it? At least 2 trips, huh? I suppose it's not the worst thing in the world. Beautiful. This actually is kind of pretty. Very inhospitable. But it's got an aesthetic to it. Oh, okay, we're actually only 5 and change kilos over. Which is basically eating some food, drinking some water, and dropping the hunting rifle. I've actually decided, because we've got... Where are we? Here. Because we have all of this food up at the middle area, the Miner's Folly, we actually don't need to bring all the food that's down at the fishing lodge, the broken fishing lodge. We don't have to bring all that up to the homestead. We can just use the homestead as a bed and then climb down, pick up food, and continue along the valley. So I think the homestead might just be a temporary stop. A very much temporary stop. Or pop and char. That's pretty good. Still didn't get that climbing zone, though. Yeah, look at this. What does this say? This says, the something overlook. Surely there must be a vista here. How can you be an overlook without a vista? Just haven't found that damn Polaroid. Okay. Can't miss it from here, can we? Yeah, fire overlook. I'm sure I've already popped one here. But I guess not. Okay, so. Can we see anything down there? Like anything fluffy? Oh, why can I not move backwards? Oh, I bet my S key broke again. Or, actually, I don't know. Maybe it's just sticky here. Who knows? Might be the key. Okay, that looks like a wolf. That looks like a wolf. So at least one wolf down there. Can we go around? There was another wolf over here before. I think we try to check out the waterfall first next. But what do we drop? What do we drop? First, eat and drink. In that order. Slurp. Only 3 kilograms and change. Now we could just drop the rifle and be done with it. I think we do that. I think that is the better part of valor. Let's check out the food situation in our backpack. Outside the door there. Alright. Yep, definitely a lot of awoos down in that valley. This is what arrows are for. So we got lots of birch up in the middle. I don't remember if we have any birch here, but eventually we'll need to find a workbench to craft some arrows. Okay, not a whole lot of food here. And not a whole lot of water. I do remember this is a hard place to get firewood to. Okay, but for now, hop inside. Let's finally fix this hat. Could probably do to fix it twice. I don't know if we have the materials. Where is the rabbit pelt? And where are the guts? Alright. We must be able to fix this hat. Okay, great. And actually, 57.5%. 50 is to 80. 87. And some, yeah, like 95%. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Almost fully repaired. Love to see it. The deerskin boots need work. The deerskin pants need work. Anything else? Not really. And is the deer... Do we even have deer here? Or is it just all wolf and bear? All wolf and bear. Well, let's pick up all the cured stuff and move it somewhere else. So we know where it is. Striker, clothes, tools. Tools are good to remember. Fire striker. Let's pick these back up. Another revolver. So we can leave one revolver here, definitely. And let's again not forget about this small arms handbook. Alright. Dropwise. Revolver. Woodworking tools. Quality tools. What are these good for? These are good for repairing storm lanterns, repairing hacksaws. Maybe repairing hacksaws, question mark. Fixing crampons, making crampons, repairing Aha, there we are. Repairing our good crampons. Okay, good to keep in mind. We have let's bring some of this coffee. We're not so extremely desperate for carry weight that I want to leave all these behind. Okay. Sticks we can put on the ground over here. That'll do. And firewood is easier to find in the valley, so I don't worry about having a low number here. Clothing's fine. Would like to get a couple of cured deer hides. That would help. What else? Oh, that's right. We can drop all of these cured things. But first, let's double check. What does it take? Arrow shaft takes a workbench. Yes, that makes sense. And a simple arrow also takes a workbench. That's fine. That makes sense. Everything uncured drops here. And everything cured can drop here. Oops. Let's maybe keep one gut with us, just in case we need it. And stump remover. When we sleep and wake up, we can leave as much food as possible up here. Actually, here's an idea. We'll leave this food here. Water is... I think we have water down there. And actually, with this much, is there anything we want to take down? Trying to think. I think for now... no. No. Let's head down. Actually, let's sleep, then head down. Actually, so for now it's been 4 hours and 20. I think that's maybe a good time to take a quick hydration stretch / pull-up break. Yeah. So once we get back, it's sleep, head down, go to the waterfall, and hope we don't get attacked by... Well, before we head to the waterfall, let's make sure all the stuff down there, all the food that we have in that bin is cooked. And that we have water. And then we'll move out. Alright, I'll be back in a couple. All right, and we're back. The one cat is scratched, the other cat is hydrated. And I've already forgotten the second half of that plan. First half, and actually, that reminds me, we never actually explored that burnt out house down there. First order business, sleep. And then we're going to head down that ladder. I think we're going to dehydrate. It should be fine. I think there's water down there. I'm pretty sure there's water down there. These are, as always, famous last words.
I'm so thirsty I can't think straight.
And you're going to get more thirsty from drinking this or eating this bear meat. Moose meat. All right. Weather's not great. Hopefully the forecast is looking up. But it's not so windy that we can't pop a fire down wherever we please. And that's all I need. Man, so fast going up and down the rope now. Okay. We got water. Nice. I will slurp that. Thank you. And sticks. Perfect. We're not bringing them up. We're using them down here. If we even need to. There should be a bunch of bear meat still. Uncooked. Some wolf meat uncooked. Hopefully not ruined. I wonder. Do we look for a branch, a limb, and break it down now? I think we do. Nothing bad could happen in this kind of environment. Dark, foggy, ominous. It's illegal for bad things to happen here. Alright. Chop you down. And ooh. This is nice. I do enjoy a nice, clear night. This is very good visibility. It's very good visibility even without Noir mode on. So I was hoping to find at least one more fallen limb to chop up. Are you? No, you're... I don't know what you are. But apparently you're not burnable. Okay, let's see what kind of cooking we've got in front of us. Oh, that is a good deal of cooking, actually.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to find at least one or two more limbs. Because that is a lot more bear meat than I remembered. Uncooked bear meat, that is. You might say it's barely in at all, but it seems like a lot to me. And one lonely little twig in this entire area, huh? Okay, looking up. One twig at a time. Probably takes about 5 twigs to cook one bear meat. Cook 2 at a time. So 5 twigs probably cooks about 2 bear meats. And we've got a bunch more than 2. Come on, none of these are breakdownable? Come on now. I also forgot about the house again. Well, I suppose the wolf is in that direction. It would be better to check it out during the day. No scent marks. So we shouldn't be getting chased. but if we get close enough, they'll still get mad. Okay, a whole bunch of nothing. I really didn't mean to come over all this way. But there's all this wood everywhere, none of it to burn. Shame. That might be a branch over there. Might be. Okay, so that's passable on the right. Good to know.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Might have been wrong about that limb over there. But at least there are some branches. Okay, now it's windy. Well, I suppose that's a blessing in disguise, because if we had directly gone and started a fire, whatever this wind is would have blown it out. And that would not have been good. Still unusable, huh? Unusable wood. It's garbage wood. It's trash wood. Even these. How can this not be a limb? I feel robbed. Okay. Anything good in these valleys? Nothing. Was that really just the one gust of wind? Its only job was to troll us, and if we had started a fire, put it out? You've got to be kidding me. Nothing. And it's starting to get foggy. Well, how scary can that wolf really be? The one over by the burnt out house. Let's go check the burnt out house. Okay. Don't see it. Unless... Is that him? It is him. And he's got a friend. Maybe if we come up from the left side, we can sneak into the house. Actually, this is a lot of sticks. 29 sticks. So that's 6 batches for 12 bear meat. I'm not sure if the numbers run correctly quite yet. If I could find some reclaimed wood up here, I'd be feeling much better. The house up there, it is up there. We're probably walking right into these guys. Not the best tactical decision. But I suppose we can sneak.
That'll come in handy.
I did not need a single recycled can. Oh god, I can't see anything here. I guess there's not really anything else up here, is there? Okay, let's leave before he gets angry. Not even any sticks. Wow. Okay, well, I guess we can cook what we can cook. Can you go in the hole? In the door? Let's find out. That is one hell of a case of asthma you got, buddy. Oh, you're just gonna sit there then. Oh, off with you. And he shouldn't come back because we don't have the scent marks for him to hunt us. Let's just give it a second in case. I think we're good. All right. First order of business. Start this fire. Preferably in a maximally hidden place. Like this. And definitely drip feed the burn time as opposed to putting it all on once at once.
Come on. I need to drop something.
Okay. And we're cooking Jesse. Oh, bugged. We're cooking. Okay. I think we're okay. There's only a little bit of water, so I might cook a little bit of water instead of maximal meat. Food. Still good on time. Oops. And no wolves. And now we just rhythm game.
Too heavy.
Too heavy. It's not too heavy for you. You do like day. Pushing daylight now. And let's not let this fire go out.
Looks like I made it through another night.
That's right, Mackenzie. I enjoy having 3 sticks is a nice number. Still bear meat. And let's put one of these cedars on and call that probably enough burn time. Come on now. There we go. And now I suppose we can pull double duty.
Too much stuff to carry.
Never too much stuff to carry. Cook. Give that a slurp. Drink some boiling water, have you ever? Something tells me it wouldn't end very well. Right? 38 versus, yeah, this will still finish first. All right, this has actually been extremely productive as far as preparing food is concerned. Hour and 2, we can probably sneak in 1.5 liters, can't we? Yeah, that'll do it. And even 1/2 liter. Probably even still 1/2 liter. Okay. First off, we're not getting snuck up on, are we? No. I would prefer it to be a little bit less foggy. But you can't always get what you want. Right? You and get you. Perfect. Now, let's think. Kind of want to sleep. Kind of want to get some of this fatigue back, get the carry weight back, move faster. Of course, there are other ways to do that too, like dropping some of this water. So that's not a hard part. And maybe take some more. Ooh, there's 3 uncooked wolves.
I might have to drop some gear.
Well, let's put a pin in that. It is noon. If we sleep for 6 hours, it will be dusk. And how might the weather be? So we are here. If we go cross up the waterfall, you know what? That cabin's not far off. Let's try to nap in the bedroll for just a little bit. Maybe 3 or 4 hours. Give us plenty of daylight. We'll still be visible. Hopefully the weather's better. I want more clear weather. Clear weather would be nice. Well, I mean, unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Let's give it 2 more hours. Man, how's a guy got to get some unfoggy weather in this Canadian wilderness? Still. And it is looking like it is not going to let up anytime soon. Well, that's not great. Water's fine, food's fine. In fact, we can do a little bit more of both. And let's head out. I think we can head up this way and follow the river to the left to find the cabin. I think it's quite close, all things considered. So let's go. It's also not in the direction of the wolves. Or at least those wolves that I know about. Could be in the direction of entirely new wolves. This place is like another fever dream. I want to say it's this way still. I think this probably goes up to the rock that we went over, which I suppose means if we go around to the left, it'll work too. Yeah, this looks familiar, and I hear the waterfall. More sticks. Don't remember seeing those last night. And the way up was on the right. Alright, here we are. Now, this is where I think it is, which I believe is right underneath this bridge. And it's just a quick out and to the left. In fact, we might even hang on the left cliffside. Okay, more waterfall. We're not quite out of the ravine yet. Probably just up here. And can we sleep in a bed tonight? Who knows? Just keep an eye out. Is this a cave? Or is this just more micro-terrain? It's like something. It is a cave. Or it's a little cubby, anyway. If I thought it would work, I might even put a shelter mark there, but I don't think it would work in this weather. Oh yeah. Easy walk to the cabin. Easy walk to the cabin. I think. I thought that was the cabin. But instead, I think it's probably right around here. I didn't just hear plop ass, did I? No, surely not. But I'm somewhat surprised that nothing's tried to attack yet. Is that the cabin? That looks like the cabin. I'm seeing a little steeple roof there. Where's the kayak? I suppose we've been up there. We can check in the morning to see how far down that rope thing goes. Alright. Show me. Yeah.
There's got to be something useful in here.
I knew it'd be so many fish. That was not useful. Not particularly.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Alright, well, at any rate, you have a chimney? You do have a chimney. Well, we'll store the fish outside for now. It's already mostly ruined. And what's the inside look like? Dark. Very dark. Can we stumble around and find a bed? It does have a workbench. This might be the easiest place, if I can find a bed. This could be the easiest place to actually... Oop, I saw it. Bed. It might be the easiest place to fix our arrows. Okay, that's good to know. That's very good to know. And it's daytime, I think, but it sounds windy. Alright, here's our stove. It's not a good stove, unfortunately. Shelf? Don't need it. Workbench, simple tools, fine.
Wonder if the owner's around.
Arrowhead. 2 arrowhead. Well, if this place wasn't meant for making arrows, I don't know what it was meant for. A diary page. Faded with age and heavily watermarked. Well, then it's old news. Just about ran out of excuses for keeping my mouth shut. Those miners might look down on me now, but if they keep digging like they are, too deep if you ask me, much too deep. Well, does that mean that something bad happened in the mine? Or that there's a path down somewhere deeper into the mine that I didn't see? Huh. I don't know. We'll think about it. Clothing, what do we got? Spray paint, flare, so many flares. Let's take a peek outside. And okay, so that wasn't bright, it just happened to be an aurora. No computers, huh? No computers. Well, aurora means we can pop a charcoal, why not? That looked like a couple of branches frozen in the water. Oh yeah, fir limb, cedar limb. Okay, there's burn around here. Foresters is probably way up on one of these cliff faces. Not my problem for now. Do we dare continue down? Do we dare continue down the valley with this aurora? Let's just take the quickest of peaks. The quickest. Did I see something just running over there? Oh. Did I see something running over there? I'm beginning to think no. Okay, so dead ahead should be something like here. This waterfall is certainly impassable. Over to the right remains to be seen, but there does look like there's a cliff over there. To the left? Well, that's looking very suspicious. Over, say, here-ish or here-ish. Looks like there might be a climbing rope zone over there. But I think we'll cross that bridge next time. If we count the time before I had that bran out, it's been about 5 hours. And Yuchi has a rumbly in his tumbly. So let's call it here. Grab the save inside. Saving and got it. And pop. Alright, so you're still around. You've seen I've been Yuchi, and I've been trying one way or another. I'll see y'all on the proverbial flip side.